It is a pleasing arrangement of chicken square. Actually, none of them are facing straight on. Face straight on. Hello, Heine. Just arranging my chickens. Want them to face straight on-ish. Because the chickens are in charge. So I'm going to make a video to start with. So I should put my little banner up that says that. By not long, it's probably going to take 15 minutes. We'll see how I go. All right. Starting off a Friday night. Dookie 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 doo. This goes right here. Oh no, actually, gonna make it first. It's gonna be here. Now with these whiskies away, because I do not love the whiskies. You go there. So many whiskies. You can go there. Yeah. Ingredients I'm looking for. Let's get it together. Okay. Trello. Prince of Wales Punch. Cognac rum, orange liqueur. I do want something from it here. An orange liqueur. There it is. My orange liqueur. Okay. Orange liqueur. Port. Which one of these is port? I think it's this one. What do the measurements have to do? Okay. It's all good. It's all good, man. I want cognac and rum. Rajette the rum. You know, fuck it. We're going with the Jimmy rum. Rum. And cognac. I'll go with actual cognac. There we go. Port Maraschino. I need to get Maraschino out of here. Maraschino. That'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Just lining these up for a photo, basically. OJ, Pineapple J, Dr. J, Mr. J. Okay. I think I'm ready. Never met a man who made me feel the way that you do. It's alright. They wanted to front a soul band. Fiddle-dee-dee, fiddle-dee-da. Look out, baby, 'cause here I come. I know with you, so get ready. Get ready. Okay, let's see how our frame is on this. That's a bit high. That's about right. Get these ready. Rum. Machine. Cognac. And orange liqueur. It's mostly cognac. Okay, so we're starting with cognac. That's ready. That's ready. Okay. Got all the bits and bobs. Actually, I might as well pour 3/4 of an ounce of rum. Don't get it back to front like you did last time, you weirdo. And for no apparent reason, spilling rum on the floor. All right. Yum rum. Thank you, Jimmy Rum. Okay. So if you go cognac, you go rum, you go orange liqueur, you go half an ounce of port around here to my port barrel. Yeah. Yummy port. Oh no. I pour that over the top. Damn it. Okay, 1/4 ounce maraschino. Almost got it wrong. Half ounce pineapple juice. One and a half ounces of pineapple juice. All right. And now we stop it at. We're going to shake it with the ice. Is that Strictly Saturday coming? Hello. Just making a cocktail. All right. Get the shit ready. Strictly Sega, how are you doing? Thank you for the elegant. I always appreciate it. Well, you've only just started doing it. You know, I appreciate being called elegant. We are making a classy drink here. Prince of Wales Punch. And we pour some port over the top. right. That's the making of. Now I've just got to do the talking of. As they say in the funny papers, how are we for time? Well, that's only 10 minutes. Thought it might have taken me longer. Well, let's see how long the talking bit takes. How many times I can fudge up lines. Yep, okay. Okay. For fudge's sake. Wait, is my straw not even here? Well, fuck it, I guess. Fuck it. Gonna be a bit of dead air at the front of that video. Just need to take a picture of this. Right. Right back where we started from. G'day, cocktail lovers. I found an interesting recipe that goes right back to the 1860s, published by Jerry Thomas, and it's an interesting mix of what looks to me like the traditional warm weather flavors and the traditional cooler weather flavors. So as we're experiencing change, oh, fuck me, shit. Okay, stumble over words. G'day, cocktail lovers. I'm going to make an interesting drink I found dates back to the 1860s, was published by Jerry Thomas, and it has an interesting mix of flavors we traditionally associate with the warmer months and also some we traditionally associate with the cooler months. I thought I was going to burp then. As it's change of seasons as I make this, I figure this could be a good theme drink wherever you are in the world. It's called the Prince of Wales Punch, and it got some nice bright fruity flavors in it, but it also has some of those darker spirits that we associate with, the sort of autumn weather, and I think it's going to provide a really nice balance. Here's how we make it. In a shaker, we want to put 1.5 ounces or 45 mils of cognac. Follow that with 3/4 of an ounce, around 22.5 mils of rum, and then 1/2 ounce or 15 mils of an orange liqueur, and then 1/4 ounce, about 7.5 mils of maraschino liqueur. Then we want to do 1/2 ounce or 15 mils of pineapple juice, and finally 1.5 ounces or 45 mils of fresh orange juice. Add ice to your shaker, shake that good and hard for 10 or 15 seconds just to get a bit of chill and dilution in there. And then you're going to strain that into a glass that's full of ice. Final touch, we're going to pour over the top 1/2 ounce or 15 mils of port. The port sinks to the bottom, so I'm going to give it a little bit of a stir just to get that blended in. Let's see what this tastes like. Ooh, yeah, that comes together nicely. You can maybe winterize that a bit more with some cinnamon flavor in there, or maybe a bit of like a cinnamon sugar syrup would be nice. I feel like you could even turn this into a hot toddy. It feels like it really wants to be warmed up with a cinnamon stick in it. Not sure why. I think it's the orange juice and the darker spirits that are making me feel that. But it's quite tasty. It's an interesting mix of stuff in there, but it comes together well. Maybe you'd like to try it. I hope you do, and I hope you look after yourself wherever you are. Until I see you again, I will say cheers. There's a little bit all over the shop, but you know. Gonna put that in there. I gotta put that in there. Okay, I might have to go out on another insight. But for now, we shall sit down. We shall chat. Hello, Megalich. Hello, Mr. Graham Green. I'm just getting settled in. We'll switch that off. We'll switch that off. Get ready. All right. Bit chill, bit more relaxed lighting. Let's settle in. Let's put that over there. And we're all good in the hood. Oh, where are you that you forgot the time difference? Dr. Jones, that's the mysterious cupboard of mystery that has all my liqueurs and some extra bottles of spirits in there. So it's almost Narnia. And no, well, you're not going to Dubbo either. So there you go. My sister was actually hanging out with Crowy and Jamo. They posted a picture earlier. 1 hour. It's still Friday night. Oh, sorry. You mean you forgot the time difference of when I started this? Okay, I get it. Cheers, y'all. Yeah, it's pretty much what I think as well. It's sort of a long way, and it's a hassle to get there as well. This one's quite interesting. This does not taste as boozy as it is. This has a few shots of Le Booze in it, and it does not taste that boozy, which is always dangerous. So I got to pace myself a little bit. Hey, Safa, how you going? So what's that? It's 1, 2, 3. About 3 standard drinks. 3 to 4 standard drinks. There you go. Put that on my hair. Labels. This is a short. All right, I'm going to make another pineapple juice cocktail a little bit later because I made some fresh pineapple juice and I want to use it while it's fresh. Playlists organized by booze. Very nice tip. Thank you, Strictly Sega. That is an excellent tip. Thank you very much. And if I remember it tomorrow, I'll act on it. You can always remind me on the Discord because, I might have a few drinks tonight, which I may not have a clear memory of anything we talk about tonight. Safa, you had pizza. I had burger. I had pretty full-on time at work, and I thought, you know what? I deserve a treat. I'm getting a burger. I got the burger from a place I'd never got it from. It's about 10-minute drive away. So no biggie. Just a minor hassle to get to it. But it was an above-average burger. It was good. Right. See you in a bit, Greenie. Dr. Jones, rarely have port but have an open bottle. Oh my God, I found a couple of really good port cocktails recently. This one just has a little bit poured over the top. I'm genuinely surprised at how much I'm enjoying port in cocktails. And I guess it's just one. Yep, that's an excellent one. I think we are going to have a date night tomorrow night. Oh, it was not a really fancy burger. But yeah, it was big one, like double beef, double bacon. It was just very nice. This place, it does a really stupid one, where it's like the double beef and then a sort of deep fried crumbed chicken and then a grilled chicken and then I think something else and like extra bacon and extra cheese and it like seems to stack about this high. So you have to take it apart to eat it because your mouth can't open enough to do it. How much did it cost? It was about $17 for the. I got a big burger. Their burgers started at about $11 and went like the big one. I think is over $20, but it's at least food for two people. It's ridiculous. So it was a boutique burger place, I guess, just up on North Road. So not flash, not super wanky, but a little bit pricey. And they made pretty good chips too. So I was really tempted, like a lot of places, they had loaded chips and they had a few varieties of it. And I was just like, yeah, no, the burger's pretty big. Yeah. So, but this big one, unless you can dislocate your jaw, you would literally have to take it apart and eat the components individually because it looked like it stacked about this high. So, yes, I'm eating the rich. Well, it was a treat. I just really decided to treat myself. Been very busy for a couple of weeks at work. And I was way too fucking busy for a Friday today. No one should be that busy on a Friday. And I just thought, you know what? Fuck it. I deserve a treat. And Mrs. Angry's, yes, you do. I'll have one as well. She just had their basic burger. And I had a big, but not the biggest. There was a mild temptation to get the biggest, but it's just silly. Just silly. So I didn't. But it was above average. It was really quite good. It's like, it was moist and flavorful. Don't like it when the burger's dry. Don't like it when there's no good flavor in the burger. Ooh, should have put some orange peel in this. Get ready. Get ready. Put that orange peel down in there. Get a bit of orange flavor. Yeah, Mrs. Angry knows what's what. Knows A, I should get a treat. B, she should get in on it. Ooh, I was going to let her taste this before I drink it all. Okay, this I'll just be on 30 seconds. Man, I promised I'd share it. I'd be in trouble if I did. Mrs. Angry agrees this is a good drink. I found my straw. We're still in the dishwasher. Hey, Luke, good. Get in there and vote yes, buddy. I have no qualms about just being that prescriptive. Hellion, hello, Kirsten. How are you? Nice to see you. Yum, that's pretty fucking good. I've gone blank on that guy's name. It is Jerry Thomas. For some reason, Jerry Thomas sounds like Tom and Jerry, and I thought he got his name wrong. Already voted. Apparently, about 5 million people voted early. So that'll be interesting. That means we won't get a results on Saturday night, because I think actually maybe I actually don't know if that's going to slow down or speed up. It means, as I understand it, the early votes get counted last, which is a bit weird, but que sera, sera. So we'll see what happens. I have Maraschino. Oh, yeah. It's not so much that, it's good though. Maraska make good liqueurs. They're Croatian. And there's this awesome bottle that clearly has not been redesigned since the 70s. Look at that. That is so 70s dad sideboard bar. I can love it. It's literally just what they had at Dan's. And it is good stuff. Voted earlier this week. Our birthday weekend. Husband has plans. Nice. Mrs. Angry and I have had plans. We recently went out to the Mornington Peninsula. So we went to the Jimmy Rum Distillery and the Bass and Flinders Distillery, and also a really fun little bar restaurant called Two Boys. So there was a bit of boozing that weekend, footy grand final weekend, and Melbourne Cup weekend. We're going to Healesville, gonna go to Four Pillars and a few other places. Oh, and Kirsten, I got the Archie Rose Fundamental whiskey this week. I actually tasted it on the stream last night. I find it quite yummy. No, I think someone's got a drink order. Is that what's... Yeah, only a little bit. I tried to give it all to you before. Okay. Yeah, I think the Archie Rose double malt is really good. Sort of rich, chocolatey flavors. I did it like a direct comparison to Twofold, and I feel like Twofold has a sharper taste. Like the sweetness in Twofold to me is like a really bright honey, and in the Archie Rose double malt, it was almost like a raisiny and some dark chocolate flavors in there. In fact, I'm going to have another taste of it now to refresh my memory what I thought it tasted like. Just a little one. Put it in the cup. All right, where are we? Come on. Ugh. Okay. Oh. Okay. Get my little Glencairn. All right. Got to refresh my memory what I thought of it. Because I haven't done my usual yet, which is make an old-fashioned with it. Might do that tonight. Going to be up for a while. Have a few drinkies. We'll see. Pineapple juice for this one was only half an ounce, like 15 mils. Hello, Dr. Abigail on Twitch. Oh, okay. YouTube won't let you watch with an ad blocker. Here you go. All right, so Try and get some of the aroma, because I remember really liking the aroma. Oh, I'm so bad with it. It's almost a polished leather smell, like in a good way. No, they're really different. Like I only compared them because they're like the entry level whiskies for the two distillers, but the malt, the mash bill is so different in the two of them, and they are really so different. It's like, see, this is the golden syrup sort of. Oh man, it is, and it's a really nice long finish on this too. Like with some cheaper whiskies, there's not a huge amount of subtlety to them, but oh man, that's got a really nice caramelly, chocolatey finish. It's actually really good. Luke, I have no fucking idea which way the voice will go. We've been consistently told by the media that all the polls say the vote's going to go no overwhelmingly. But then I just think, well, the media's reporting of the last two elections, in my experience, the state and federal election, was completely wrong, like just radically wrong. Who knows? And I did see an interesting data point today. One of the betting companies published the bets they'd been taking for the yes and no vote, and the bets were significantly higher for yes. So who knows if that means anything? I mean, I want yes to be the outcome, but most of all, there are a number of reasons I just want it to be over and done, and because I want to know the degree to which these polls were accurate. Because if the yes vote gets up in complete defiance of pretty much every single published poll, that will then almost turn me into a bloody tinfoil hat QAnon right winger saying the media lies. Because we've been getting such wrong information from them lately. Well, not going to get a huge amount of argument for me about media regulation regulate some of them out of their positions. It's just, I just feel like the media lets us down way more than they help us. Like you'll regularly get people going about, oh, the great, wonderful things that the media did, the important reporting, and yeah. But 99% of what they put out is shit. See, I haven't even been watching the ABC, but it's the whole thing. Safa, yes, reporting I've seen said 80% of Indigenous Australians want the voice. I don't know what the second half of that means, because that's not what the poll says. The poll says we polled the 80% of Indigenous people who don't live remotely and they all want it. It was of the people they polled, 80% wanted it. I'm sure tinfoil hats are such a big thing these days. I feel reasonably confident you could get a professionally fitted one. That's a whole thing. But you know what? I might just dive in and make my second drink, and that'll be, as in my second video, and that'll be the last video I make tonight. So I will just, it's just time to get, oh, actually, if we're going to do that, I should get the chickens ready. Okay. Now, you've fallen over. Just stand up a bit more. There we go. Is that that's like a, you, just stand up a bit. There you go. That's a nice arrangement of chickens. Put the banner up so people know what's going on. The chickens are in charge. Right. Now, I will get things ready. Because this drink also has pineapple juice in it. But that's like the only crossover. I'm just trying to use up my pineapple juice. So I adapted a recipe I found called Hoodoo Voodoo. And so for my adaptation, I'm calling it Hoodoo Voodoo I Do. Because I get to rename it, because I'm adapting it. Put my rum there. Right, these can go back, and I need to get... Oh no, this has still got orange liqueur in it. Okay, you get a second look in orange liqueur. But I do need to get apricot liqueur. I think I have apricot liqueur in there. From Marionette. Let's have a look, I guess. Ooh, wear a hat for your birthday. Tinfoil crown would be nice. Well, Luke asks, why did the chickens cross the road? The bigger question is, why did the pervert cross the road? Because he was stuck in the chicken. Right. Into the mysterious cupboard of mystery I go. So, yeah, apricot brandy. There we go. Apricot brandy liqueur. Reposado tequila. Prospero. Oh, you can go back, actually. I don't need you anymore. Pass on my thanks to the fine people of Croatia for their tasty beverage. Okay, so here I come now. I can't even be bothered rinsing that, actually. That's right, I need lime juice for this. Hopefully I've got enough. Okay. Answer that. Okay. I got all the bits and pieces. Let's get everything ready. Get ready, because here I come now. I can't get that song out of my head. And why would I want it out of my head? It's a great song. Okay. A big 2 ounces of tequila. Ooh, I do not actually have much Reposado tequila left. We're looking to get in another bottle. 1 ounce of pineapple juice. Okie dokie, everything's lined up. Need to get my GoPro ready. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Look, I don't even remember how the chickens ended up in charge, but here we are with chickens in charge. All right. Might as well do that. Okay, so 2 Oz of Reposado tequila, half Oz of apricot brandy liqueur, quarter oz of orange liqueur, ounce of pineapple juice, and half an ounce of lime juice. Ooh, almost perfect. The lime juice. So this is kind of like the crazy cousin of a margarita. Oh, god damn it. Supposed to get some ice. You know, I'm going to get my fancy glass. Okay, sorry, I've got to duck out and get some ice. Get ready with your... Alrighty, got my ice. Having foolishly forgotten to get some. Okay, now let's do this. Put these back on. Okay. Still quite a bit of pineapple juice, but that's okay. All right. This ice, put in that shaker. What the fuck ever. Okay. Let's get this ready. Maybe drink. Some friends. Trying to stick some pineapple fronds in here. It's not working. Fuck it. Oh, that did not work. Not a very artful garnish, I have to admit. Garnishes are not my strong suit. I'll make one more attempt to rearrange this. No, Kraken, come on. I just made it worse. Goodness me. All right. Now, I got to do a talky bit, and it's just a short. So theoretically, this will be over in 2 minutes. Let's see how I go in practice. Okay. Get this happening. And that. Okay, that will do. That will do. And I forgot my straw. G'day, cocktail lovers. This drink is kind of a cousin of a margarita with a bit more flair. I've adapted a recipe I found that was called Hoodoo I Do. So, fuck. G'day, cocktail lovers. This drink's kind of a cousin of a margarita, maybe with a bit more flair. I've adapted a recipe I found called Hoodoo Voodoo. It's kind of like tiki edge on the margarita. So because this is my version, I'm calling it Hoodoo Voodoo I Do. And taste-wise, ooh, that is an interesting variation on a margarita. Here's how we make it. In a shaker, put 2 ounces or 60 mils of Reposado tequila, then half an ounce or 15 mils of apricot brandy liqueur, then just 1/4 ounce or around 7.5 mils of an orange liqueur. Then we're adding 1 ounce or 30 mils of pineapple juice, and finally half an ounce, around 15 mils of lime juice. Add ice to the shaker, shake that for 10 or 15 seconds to chill and dilute the drink, and then strain that into a rocks glass over a big chunk of ice. And I'm going to use a few pineapple fronds as a garnish, although I'm quite bad at placing them. Not the most elegantly garnished drink, but tasty, and that is what counts. Give it a go. Hoodoo Voodoo, I do. It actually needs sweetener, I am deciding. Oof, but I've got to switch everything off first. Okay. Get the space happening. No more videos tonight. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Because I made a pineapple syrup. I'm just going to duck out and get the pineapple syrup because I think it For my palate, it needs to be a little bit sweeter. Get ready. Might make it a junk food stream again. Got truffle turtle crisps. Picked up a few things while I was out there. Okay, let's get this shit sorted. Chickens, time for you to retire gracefully, I hope. Ooh, mini apple pie for dessert. Nice. I think it's my shoes that are squeaky rather than floorboards. My shoes squeaking on the floorboards. Right. You're bloody well right. I'm going to put a little bit of this pineapple syrup I made in. God, his lid got stuck from the sugar already? Jesus, that was quick. All right. Ooh, that was probably more than I intended. Oh well. It'll be a bit sweeter than I intended. And let's get a cherry. Time to stab a cherry. Okay, that was a dupe. I feel like I got one. And fuck it, piece of orange peel, because that's how I like it. Or to do it disco style, that's the way. I like it. Spray some orange oil on my drink. Now stir this little sucker. This is actually a new weapon in my arsenal, a short straw. The reusable straw, I only had long ones. Yep, that's better. And it doesn't taste overly sweet. Just took the edge off the tartness. Like I did with your mum. I don't think that line actually works. And I don't think in good conscience, that's the sort of thing I should have said. I think these pineapple fronds are just going to bug the shit out of me. So I'm going to take them out and I'll put them there. And then I don't have to worry about them. Exactly. Like I did with your mum. The tartness. I'm not eating the cherry yet. So for the whole point of the cherry is it's got to sit in a drink, or preferably multiple drinks, over the course of the night to absorb some flavor. So it's a really yummy cherry. They're yummy straight out of the jar, but I think the That's a line that keeps giving. Like your mum. Oh no, I've fallen into a your mum loop. Just like I did with your mum. Oof. Okay. It's getting a bit recursive now, but this is the thing that happens. Yeah, the cherry gets Tim Smith. Man, this is okay. That little half ounce of sugar syrup, it needed that. It's just a good drink now. Before I added that, it was on stuff. You might get a kick out of this because I click on booze things on Facebook, so I get a shit ton of booze ads. And there's some distributor, it's called Tim Smith Spirits. It's like Tim Smith Moonshine. Actually, I'll look it up because I actually never bothered clicking on the ads. Tim Smith Moonshine. The Tim Smith store. Okay. Are you over 21? Yes, so it's American, so I'm definitely never getting them. Created by the legendary Moonshiner. So as you have Climax Moonshine. Southern Reserve Rye Whiskey. Climax Wood-Fired Whiskey. Oh, there's a bourbon. That's interesting. They meet the requirements to call it bourbon. Climax Fire Moonshine. Southern Reserve Whiskey. Tim Smith, best known for his starring role in Discovery Channel's Moonshiners, for his critically acclaimed Tim Smith original Climax Moonshine. Third-generation moonshiner who's managed to keep his family's 100-year-old moonshine recipe a secret while successfully turning it into a national brand. Yeah, that's all hype and bullshit, but those prices are interesting. Like $82 is pretty cheap, so I don't know if that's actually like the price in America, and if you try and buy it, it'll come in and it'll get stopped by customs, and they'll double the price with excise. Actually, I'll show you this guy. I'll actually share the page because I also think this is kind of what our Tim Smith will look like when he gets pissed. So you can see, shirtless under no. Yeah, it's just like, that's cosplay. So you see, he's got thing. See, that's $82. That's really cheap for an American whiskey, which makes me think that's actually the price in America. Look at him. I swear to God, that's what our Tim Smith looks like when he gets pissed. Just puts on bib and brace and nothing underneath it. Yeah. So husband took you to a winery called Tim Smith and couldn't understand why you were giggling. Yes, no, he was Murphy brewed. He definitely looked like Murphy brewed. Why is my Gmail paused? I don't know what you mean by that. Sorry. Sipping on hit my double tequila. It's amazing. Just that little bit of sweetener turned it from that meh drink into a good drink. Went from 7 out of 10 to 8 out of 10. Yep. Well, you see, I didn't see whatever it was you saw, so I have no idea what you're talking about. So, oh, right. The Google account is paused. Sync is paused. Okay. Also, I'm not signed in there. Ugh, gonna make me do my password. Okay. That's not it. God damn it. Ah. Third time lucky. All right. Fuck off. Ooh, actually, I'm going to do this thing. Okay, I'm only using 2% of the storage. So I probably don't need to fucking worry about that, do I? Google, you fucking idiots. Well, that answers that. No, it's not that I'm too Tim Smithed. It's I have a mnemonic, as in a memory device to remember complex passwords that I use, and they're attuned to the sites. And I have a couple different codes in my head that I use for particular sites, and it's all got to do with. Well, actually, I'm not even going to say what it's got to do with. I'm not going to say anything about my passwords, but I have a mnemonic code, and I just have to remember the specific code I used for that specific site. There's a few variations. I got it. I'm with you, Safa. I'm not paying Google for more storage. That was probably just my Angry Cocktails one, which I don't use for storage at all. I wish they would do an interesting thing like, do you want to clean up your storage like on my primary one? Because I've had Gmail for about as long as Gmail has existed. So I am using up a fair bit of space with email, but there's going to be attachments from 10 years ago that I don't fucking want. But they just don't make it easy. Or last time I tried, they didn't make it easy to search through it. And I was just like, ugh. I just like, if you just show me all the big files that are attached to emails, I'd be willing to bet 90% of them I don't want to keep. So I just fucking go. Ooh, did a high-end Jack Daniels Evan Williams comparison. Prefer Evan over Jack, but don't like either of them enough to spend money on them again. Ooh, every now and then I find myself in that position. It's like, oh, well, I'm not buying that one again. It's it's a learning experience. You have a 2 terabyte thing. I just kind of manage my G Drive thing, but yeah, the real thing I'd like is if it did an automatic sort of attachments in Gmail and just said, "Hey, look, there are all these attachments that we're storing. Do you want to delete them?" Because no doubt, 90% of them I would. Just like, yep, oh God. Or if there were photos and stuff, I think, oh, fancy that. I'd download them to my hard drive and delete them from G Drive. So, but last I looked and tried to do that, they weren't making it easy, so I got annoyed and stopped trying. It should, again, with you, it should be easy. It should just be sort these by file size. It should be that easy, and it friggin' wasn't, and I got annoyed. Because I just do something like, okay, so like this is actually my main one. So I'm going to see if they do it. Is there a thing? Mark all as red? No. Chat, scheduled mail, trash, managed labels. It does say, like, why don't they just have a simple thing? Sort by chat and meet. They want me to get horny on Gmail. Okay. See, why don't they just fucking let me sort by fucking file size? Just show me everything with attachments, for fuck's sake. Ugh. Ooh, wait, why have I got so many things in spam? Is it really spam? Okay, well, that one is. But I mean, how long have they been there? Oh, man. See, Jesus, Google, that's not spam. That's pornography. I like pornography. Google, you silly sausage. Oh, okay. The Jack was 23 and Evan was 20. I get it. See, it went over my head that you were joking. They were actually cheap ones. They're about $50 in Australia, just because of reasons, excise, and also it costs a lot of money to ship booze here. Actually, I could. Now I'm just bored. I'm going to look it up. How much is Dan selling them for? Spirits. Okay, I'll just go Jack. Jack Daniels. So your bog standard. No, that's what the fuck. Why do you fucking show the stupid fucking premix things, Dan? You cockheads. Jesus Christ. It's just showing me all the fucking premix. Fuck's sake. I didn't fucking ask for premix, you cockheads. Seriously. All right. So Jack Daniels, old number 7, 700 mils, is like fuck off. You gonna fuck with me, Dan Murphys? Okay, so normal Jack Daniels old number 7 is $57. God, that was more hassle than Evan Williams. Do they even sell Evan Williams? Yeah, they do. 77. But that's single barrel. I don't think that's the cheap Evan Williams. Ugh. Anyway, let's do this comparison of prices. It's like I tried to explain. Oh, it's really funny. Just after I made a video talking about I'm going to make a drink that blends my rarest bottle with my most expensive bottle. The most expensive bottle is my Bakery Hill single malt, the double wood. And I was like, that's like 4 bottles of Jack Daniels, 3 or 4. And then they put out a limited release cask strength version of my favorite, which I really wanted, and I got it, and it's really good. And that's like, I don't know, I feel like that's about 7 bottles of Jack Daniels. That's probably an exaggeration. 5 bottles of Jack Daniels. So it's like, whew. Just that's when you use that as an exchange rate, it's just like, dang. But it's just for ma plaisir, and I do not drink Jack Daniels for pleasure, so it's worth paying more, supporting a local maker, and I, having had a couple sours, I should make an old-fashioned with this and see what it's like. Okay. Where's my jigger? Put a little bit of sugar syrup. My patented spiced apple brown sugar syrup. Just a little bit, because it's very flavorful. Not that much of it left. I might have to make some more soon. All right. Und give myself a decent pour of that bar whiskey. Take that straw out. I wasn't even thinking. Drinking old-fashioned with a straw. Honestly. Whiskey bitters. And, the Gospel's whiskey bitters are nice. Dr. John Smith, hello. Thank you for the kind words. You rock for coming in and being on the stream. It's joining on YouTube rather than the Twitches. All right, stir, stir, stir. Lovely aroma coming off this. Cheers, y'all. Oh, man, that's fucking good. Oh, wow. Oh, yum. That is good. Dr. Jones, Scotland's a country meant to be born in. Pay extra value identified. Oh, my ancestry's Scottish. Family name's Scottish. It's like my dad's side of the family. My mum's side's Irish. Mum's side is a bunch of criminals. My dad's side were free settlers. Apparently, according to family folklore, and I think actually a bit of research that was done, my family name actually comes from the Orkney Isles off the north coast of Scotland. Dr. John Smith, my brother, I just mixed up an old-fashioned with my newest whiskey purchase. Newest release, well, maybe not, but Archie Rose's double malt whiskey. That's that's the cheapest whiskey they sell. Their fundamental spirit range, and it's good. That is fucking tasty. Ooh, that dark sugar syrup really brings out the rich, sweet, dark notes in the double malt whiskey. So, I just love the mash bill they've done in this. the description: double malt whiskey, combination New South Wales Heritage Rye and barley malts, matured in Australian Apera, Sherry, Bourbon, and Virgin oak casks to form an uncommon, easy foundation for your favourite drinks. Cheers to redefining tradition made in good spirits. So it's a Solera of single rye. Tell me if I'm screwing up this definition, Kirsten, if you're still there. This is what I tried to explain. Solera is where they keep adding to it. It's like it's a blend, and they're doing a blend from a couple different whiskies and doing a blend. And as, say, the barrel goes down and goes into bottles, they keep adding to it. So it's like this endless thing. I think that's what Solera is. But Kirsten is far more knowledgeable than me. So if I'm off the track. Okay, Kirsten agrees. That's basically it. Okay, yeah. That's what I thought. You heard me mention Archie Rose the most. The two biggies, and this is all Kirsten because it's the places Kirsten used to work. Starwood, which is here in Melbourne, and Archie Rose, which is in Sydney. And I mean, I could count them up. I have several of both. I can see 1, 2. Just have a guess. I've currently got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 6 or 7 Starwood whiskies and probably the same amount of Archie Rose. But Archie Rose also make gin, and I have a bunch of their gins. I do actually have a Starwood gin. They did a single release of a whiskey barrel-aged gin. They call it their Black Lime Gin. Really tasty. I like barrel-aged gins. I recently got one from Threefold Distilling, which is Steve the Bartender's distillery. Steve the Bartender, you'd only know if you're into cocktail videos on YouTube. New Starwood bottles. Have they changed the shape of the bottles? I don't have any new bottles. Ooh, you're posting it in Discord. Thank you. My most recent Starwood is the one from the last ballot. And it's the same as the old ones. Oh, I do note the next ballot, which I did put my name in for. I should fucking stop buying things. But Starwood finished in Lafroig barrels. It's like, come on. Okay. That, I depending the price it comes out at, I probably can't resist that. Let me get the Discord opening. Discord. Do 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 do. I do. There's a few people have changed bottles. I did buy one of the old style bottles from what's the Tasmanian one? Hellier's Road, because they completely changed their bottles recently. Like they're still selling the old ones. They call them their Heritage range, and I think it's like their Pinot Noir finished whiskey, which is fucking nice. I know. See, I'm holding out, Dr. Jones, probably for the collapse of society, and I'll have enough booze to last me 5 years. I'm not even joking. You say, you must be an alcoholic. Well, no, it would take me fucking forever to drink what I've got. I'm an idiot because I keep buying it because I'm a bit obsessive. But if I stopped buying now, yeah, just conservatively, it'd take me 5 years to finish all the fucking bottles. And hello, Justin, by the way. It's kind of like, I got books I haven't read, and discs, movies on DVD that I haven't watched. Bottles of booze. God, there's probably some I haven't tasted in 6 months or a year because there's so many fucking bottles there. Because I'm a weirdo. And again, compared to some people, I'm fucking normal. Although I did love one time, I was in possibly my favorite shop in Melbourne, the Bitters Lab, over Dr. Abigail's side of town. They specialize in cocktail gear. And I was talking to the young woman serving. Her parents own it. Oh, and by the way, hello, Fallen Dreams on the Twitch. How are you doing? I'm going fine. I hope things are going well for you. Thank you for dropping in and saying hello. I'll just let you know, I'm using a service called StreamYard that lets me restream to multiple channels. So most people are watching me on YouTube. Some people are watching me on Twitch, and some people even watch on Facebook. I don't really know all the ins and outs on Twitch. So if you follow or something, I won't see it. Not compelling you to. If you do, thank you. Even if you just drop in and say hi, I greatly appreciate it. Because it's just hanging. Friday the 13th chill session. Justin, it's Friday night, man. I'm drinking. What else am I going to do on a Friday night? Although, I might drink something non-alcoholic next just to pace myself. Because hour and a half, and I'm not shit-faced. I've had a couple of drinks. One of those medical doctor types that probably tell me I've already drunk too much, and it's like, you're not the boss of me. I don't know that Dr. Abigail wants to talk about the thing with having to move for that big plan for the public housing. Don't know how much she knows about what's going to happen. Yes, I think it's probably time to not have a non-alcoholic beverage just to pace myself. Like I mentioned, like with the pineapple there, because I was out shopping for things. Oh, if you want to actually come on the stream, Dr. Abigail, it's Friday night. I will share Angry Bunch stream if you are so disposed. Oh yeah, and food in yourself. Well, and food in yourself. And if after that you feel like coming on, just let me know. Because, Friday night, Angry Bunch. Anyone who's interested. Heine, you've had 0 spam calls on your mobile, only 1 or 2 dodgy emails. I got a surge of spam texts recently. Then they calmed down. I amused the household by wasting the time of spam callers when they come on. I just act like a stupid old man, which is not a stretch. It's not difficult for me. So I think if I think quickly, next time I might even make a YouTube video, see how long I can keep them on the phone. All right, and streaming after and fooding. Plan. Okay. Und so. Yeah, so I try and just keep them on the phone and be a dotty old man. My personal favorite is when, I don't know, they were believing I was a dotty old man, so they thought they could rip me off and they were staying on, but I was being very slow and very dotty. And the person on the phone actually did this really heavy sigh at one point when I wasn't understanding something really basic. They just went, and it's just like, man, you can't be doing the heavy sigh if you're trying to scam someone. That's just rude. And they hung up. Justin, you voted today because you're going to the dentist tomorrow. And then you're volunteering for years. Good on you, bro. I have no idea, Heine, if there's been any action taken in India about the vast network of dodgy call centers there. Who actually knows? So I got some of my Cappy White Peach. Not an ad, but I'd be okay if they sponsored me. Because I like their flavored sodas. Just a very light flavor. And there's a big sale, and I bought a bunch of them. I still have boxes of them. Andy McPandy, hello there. How are you doing, sir? Look at me. I'm being responsible. I'm drinking soda water. You've just come in, so as far as you know, this is all I ever drink. Don't believe anyone who suggests anything different. Those aren't mine. I don't know where they came from. So I could imagine Indian people feeling very bad about how that represents their country overseas. Doing fairly well, my friend. Doing fairly well. It's Friday. Chilling. Friday the 13th. Warding off bad spirits by having a chill time. Oh, I haven't had this one for a little while. It's fucking yummy. There's no sugar. There's not even artificial sweetener. There's just a really light fruit flavor in these soda waters. And I don't know, I never would have believed I'd get into this, but I really like them. And they were supposedly gonna bring out some new ones because they discontinued the ones I liked that I was really perturbed by. And when I messaged them and said, hey, are you ever getting this back in stock? And they went, no, we just continued it. I know it's sad when you're like, but we're doing some new stuff. But the new stuff hasn't come out. Wait, is this? It is. Oh, man. Oh, no, wait, that's the Velcro ones. I don't want that. I kind of fucked up. Yeah, I don't. These are at the wrong heights. I need to reposition my cool bar artworks here. But I need to buy a new thing for the frame. What's in here? A plastic bag. Why? Big plastic bag. Why is there a big plastic bag? Weird things that are in here. This was young Mr. English. And look, there's an old, I'm assuming this is an iPod with a cracked screen. I should find, there's probably an old charger somewhere. I should find an old charger and charge this and see what's on it. Cool SpongeBob case, though. I like the SpongeBob case. There's some of my old glasses in here. So, I'm just bored. I'm putting on glasses. Glasses from a few years ago. Heavy frames. The prescription's basically the same. Frames are very different. This is so heavy compared to the ones I'm wearing now. I don't know, because my health insurance, I get to get new glasses every year. So in January, I'll get some more new ones. I might get a heavy frame set again. I haven't had a heavy frame set for a few years. That feels, again, but this is so heavy, it feels very weird. Then there's these ones, weird, quirky ones I got a couple of years ago, about 3 years ago. These are genuinely weird, right? I don't know what I was thinking when I got these. I just did. The people in the store were very excited when I got these because they really liked them and they wanted people to wear them. But it's just because the actual glasses bit is so small, it gets a bit weird. I like these ones. Relatively big glass area and really light frames. I like these ones, big glass area, but comparatively heavy frames. I know, Dr. Abigail's ordered food. Well, I think you missed Dr. Abigail. I was talking about I treated myself to burger tonight. Oh, Justin, there are scammers everywhere. You do get the romance scams in Nigeria. A lot of scam centers in the Philippines. Apparently, there's some in Mexico run by cartels. Oh, those are too small to be Harry Potter ones. I actually have some somewhere that are much more Harry Potter-ish. Not exactly sure where they are. Oh, man, soda water was a good idea. That's really refreshing. I love that as a description, Dr. Jones. Small glasses look like I want you to know that I am more than you. Yeah, there is maybe a mad scientist element to those glasses. Get Oakley OTT frames. Now I'm gonna look that up just to see what Oakley OTT frames are. Oakley OTT frames. Oh, okay. No, found them. I think I know the ones you mean. Where are we? So on these, I think it's these ones. So they go over your head. Oh, wow. There's a very stylish look at. I mean, honestly, that's what I would look like wearing them if I blondened my hair. God, is this? Who is this guy? This guy is just like the model for sunglasses? Who is this guy? That's just weird. I remember where I used to live in East St Kilda, there was an optometrist that had like steampunk goggles with prescription. You could get prescription lenses in these steampunk goggles. Super tempting, I have to admit. Yes, like Dr. Octopus. Or Dr. Octopus? Dr. Octopus? I don't know. A refreshing soda water was a good idea. And then I will probably drink something else that has the alcohol in it because it's a fucking Friday night, man, and I fucking worked for it. I swear to God, the guy they had, his name always escapes me, but he's a great actor who played Jonah Jameson in the Spider-Man movies, the old ones anyway. He was so good. And just with the hair they gave him and whatnot, he was perfect. But just the way he played the character, as a complete asshole as Jonah Jameson was in the comics, and just always shitting on Peter Parker, and but then like when the guy with the things, he finds out his name's Otto Octavius, and someone says we should call him Dr. Octopus, and he goes, no, that's stupid, and then he just straight away says we're calling him Dr. Octopus, and then when Doc Ock breaks into the office to threaten Jonah Jameson because he wants to know, because he's trying to get to Spider-Man, so he wants to know who's been taking all these photos of Spider-Man they've been publishing. And like 5 seconds earlier, Jonah was shitting all over Peter Parker acting like he's a piece of shit and can't stand him. But when this guy comes in who can clearly kill him, threatening him, like, tell me your source, he's just like, no idea. And it's just like, that was a really interesting bit of characterization. Really holds the journalistic ideals of protecting sources highly. Like, he's a complete jerk to everyone, but he actually doesn't care about fucking being killed by someone. He won't give up one of his people. That's the thing. Yes, he was on Oz. I think one of his really fucking over the top performances was in the movie where he was a teacher in a music school and he was a fucking psycho, and my brain just fucking stopped working and I can't remember the name of it. It's a music term. I was going to say rim shot. It's not rim shot. Someone knows what I'm talking about. It's just, he's incredible in it because he's just an absolute piece of shit. He's a tyrant and a sadist as a teacher. Just wild. Kirsten, heading for bed, started work at 6 a.m. You deserve some Betty buys, Kirsten. Look after yourself. Yeah, well, it's not even, yeah, well, he's an awful person, but he holds the idea of protecting his sources as sacred. But I thought it was a really brilliant and comparatively subtle bit of stuff that scene one, shitting all over Peter Parker. Scene two, 30 seconds later, scary Doc Ock is threatening to murder him if he doesn't give up his thing. And he says, never heard of him. J.K. Simmons, that's his act. And Whiplash is the movie. Thank you, Kirsten. Whiplash. Pretty tough going, that movie, honestly. If you've ever been traumatized by a bully, it might be a bit much for you. But it's fucking incredible movie. And J.K. Simmons is just fucking great. It's almost anything you see J.K. Simmons in. Well, this is probably going to be worth watching because J.K. Simmons is in it. But Whiplash is probably his peak. It's just fucking astonishing. Like, I think he's in his 60s at that point, and he's just buff as fuck. And he's so physically imposing and threatening. So, actually, checking his age, J.K. God, it auto-completes to J.K. Simmons died? Pretty sure he didn't. Fuck off with your sick autocomplete. 55. Oh God, so he's only 10 years older than me. Okay, fine. So 55 and... so Spider-Man, he was still in his 40s. Okay, he was less than 50 when he was in Spider-Man. Okay, trying to find... Whiplash was 2013. So born in 55. I was right. He was almost... God, he was my age. Sorry. He was almost 60 when he did Whiplash. And he was so physically imposed. Oh, wait, that was the short film. When was 2014? Okay. So he was coming up on 60. And he's so physically imposing. It's incredible. Yes, he was in Palm Springs. Yes, and Palm Springs is awesome. He was the guy who wanted to kill Andy Samberg in Palm Springs. But yeah, J.K. Simmons is awesome in anything. So it's just a general thing. Oh, J.K. Simmons is in it. It's probably worth watching. Let's see what happens. But yeah, so in the movie Whiplash, where he's buff as fuck, incredibly physically imposing, he's almost 60. Like, it's the sort of role that 20 years ago, 30 years ago, they would have given to a 40-year-old, because there's no way they were giving it to a 60 years old. Okay, yes, nuance, Dr. Abigail, but nuance is important. In Palm Springs, he didn't want to kill Andy Samberg, he just wanted him to suffer. Yeah, okay, nuance is important. Damn. But yeah, no, he's great. So yeah, he's approaching 70 now. But yeah, goddamn, he's got a career and a fucking half. He's done great stuff. Done so much over his career. And what I love is he's done short films, essentially student films. Because Whiplash was originally a short film, and that was so well received, they did a treatment for a feature, which they then got the funding for, and it's friggin' awesome. I haven't watched it in a little while. I feel like I want to rewatch it because it's such an intense movie, and there's so much going on in it. But yeah, it's a whole thing. But I'm trying to think. Finally watched a movie that was out a few years ago. Mrs. Angry wanted to watch it, and I'd always been kind of interested to see it. The Lady in the Van, Maggie Smith, is in it. Really good. Really weird and quirky and whatnot, but really good film. Very English film, set in London in the 70s, and is based on a true story. Yeah, it's worth watching if you want a nice, quiet movie with good performances in it. Polar opposite of Whiplash, which is just intense performances. But yes, Maggie Smith is a virtuoso in it. She's amazing. Oh, that's interesting. Dr. Jones, J.K. Simmons revised his roles in the Spider-Man games, gives him a cohesive feel to the movies. Nice. I thought it was interesting. I don't necessarily love it, but it was interesting in the most recent reboot of the Spider-Man movies. They had Jane Jonah Jameson as an Alex Jones type who's doing web videos rather than running a newspaper. Because, of course, as we eventually learned, that is in an alternate reality to the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. But yeah, like I said, I was not in love with J. Jonah Jameson as an Alex Jones character, but it was interesting, at least. Andy McPandy, have I seen the legendary high school production of Alien? No, but I feel like I've heard of it. That is ringing weird bells in the back of my mind. I feel like I've read about it or seen references to it. But I'm not deeply familiar with it. I haven't watched it. But high school productions, man, they're a whole thing. Weird things happen in high school. My high school reunion's happening this weekend, apparently, in Dubbo. I chose not to go. Hat tip to everyone in Dubbo who's at the high school reunion. I just wasn't up for it. Yes, Justin, Maggie Smith is Professor McGonagall in the Harry Potter movies. She just has, God, she's got like a 60-year career. She's amazing. Also, I want to put, I'm going on a hunch here. Young Maggie Smith. Yeah, that's what I thought. I just did like a search for images of young Maggie Smith. What a hottie. She has a few different looks going on there too. Look at her with a pixie cut. I think that some of the young ones, she's clearly in her 40s. I'm seeing all the photos across her career. God, she's done so many amazing things in her career. No, I shouldn't have, Justin. It's fine that you enjoyed yours. It's not as simple as flying from Canberra to Melbourne. Getting to fucking Dubbo is difficult. Oh, God. So Eddie's saying the high school production of Aliens, so good Sigourney Weaver did an intro to it. Well, I mean, that's an endorsement. That is quite the endorsement, getting Sigourney Weaver to sign on. You gotta like that. Justin, your headmaster was impressed you flew down. Yeah. I don't think anyone would be particularly impressed with me going to Dubbo. Not that big a deal, but I did do year 12 twice, and my second year 12 anniversary is next year. So, who knows? Maybe they'll pester me to go to that as well. Yes, Safa, Dubbo has an airport where small planes, well, I don't mean light aircraft, but sort of mid-sized passenger planes can land. So to fly to Dubbo, I have to fly to Sydney and then get a connecting flight to Dubbo. And it's a fucking drag and it's fucking expensive. I'd have to find somewhere to stay. I guess I could have stayed at my sister's place. She actually posted me a picture. She caught up with a couple of my mates from high school. The guys who I was hosting in Melbourne a little while back, actually. Dr. Abigail, how old was I in year 12? 17 and 18. Because I did it twice. Because I really fucked it up the first time. And I didn't want to stay in Dubbo. I wanted to go to uni. And I fucked it up so much the first time I couldn't get into uni anywhere. And I did slightly better the second time. Enough so that I could get into uni. Oh, Justin, I just noticed you're asking why I did it twice. I just answered it. Because I fucked it up the first time. Oh, and I thought it was, Andy. High School Alien is up on YouTube. I mean, I'm not going to put it on the screen, copyright. Let's go High School Alien. Alien high school play. You got to see what these kids pulled off. 90 minutes. There you go. Mr. Sci-Fi. Okay, so I'm just looking at it. Oh god, it's shot on a handheld thing. Well, there is a 90-minute high school version of Alien on YouTube. Pretty incredible stuff. Yeah, I mean, you got to tip your hat to them. No, it wasn't embarrassing doing high school twice. I enjoyed it more the second time. Talking about this to someone, started year 12 when you were 16, turned 17 halfway. Ah, right. You were younger than everyone. Yeah, I could actually see that being kind of sucky. Do 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 do. Wow. Alien Hindi movie. That's kind of tempting. All right. Just because Megaleech asked for it, I am going to put the link in the Discord under favorite videos. Was in general. Ooh, okay. I forgot Kirsten was going to post a picture of the new Starwood bottles. And they're pretty fucking cool. I really like that bottle. Oh, just in visual shelf appeal, I think that's really going to help their sales. That just looks fucking cool, quite honestly. And also Nova, that's my favorite of their whiskies. And I do love also Kirsten thought to post her cat standing next to a portrait of her cat. That's pretty goddamn good. Love that. Yes, watching the high school version of Alien is going to be a bit less traumatizing than Tokyo Gore Police. Hannah, hello, by the way. People redo you to for all sorts of reasons. Yep. In your grade, there was a girl who did it. She traveled for a year, came back. All right. Admittedly, she was weird and married the teacher's kids. Okay, no. Ooh, that's a lot to unpack. That is a lot to unpack, Hannah. Wowzers. Yeah. At least, I feel gratified that when I did year 12 the second time, I achieved my goal. Because a lot of people did it 2 times. I mean, God knows the second time there's a guy doing it a third time and just never got the result they wanted. At least I got a result that set me on my way the second time I did it. So it was honestly not a stellar result the second time, but it got me on my way. Oh, god damn, that drink is really okay. I am in fucking love with doing clarified cocktails with toasted powdered milk. Justin, technically you did year 9 twice. You're in special ed. Didn't really do year 9 the first time. I mean, I had a friend was the same age as me, but physically he was very little. And he did year 6 twice. It was just a whole weird thing that, I don't know, it was a Catholic school where there were nuns. They went, oh, he's too little to go up. And I don't know, his family got talked into it. And he did year 6 twice, so he was a bit bigger before he went to high school. He was just diminutive. And yes, that kind of made sense why that teacher would suddenly stop teaching at an all-girls school if you married a student. That's dodgy as fuck. Oh, God, it made sense why she spent so much time in the music school. God damn. Hitler uniform was the second time, actually. Which would be funny if I went back next year. Someone might have, because I don't have, and I've never seen a really incriminating photo of me in the Hitler gear. But someone might have one. Hannah, you graduated with a terrible score, did senior external for a subject, used your GPA, upgraded degree. Yeah, I got into basically the lowest standard course to get into. It wasn't even a degree course. It was an associate diploma. But I built up credits at a college and then transferred into a degree course. And it all worked for me. Oh, yeah, well, the most recent studies show segregated schooling is a bad fucking idea. It just is. Dr. Ago, you skipped grade 4. High school, you did 7 and 8. Oh, that's why you're so young in year 12. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think there are big questions about accelerating intelligent, gifted youngsters because there's an emotional and physical maturity thing that puts them in it's at risk of putting them in a difficult situation. There you go. See, I don't know, because this stuff didn't exist when I was at school, so I don't even know what that is. You had an Op 23 8 hour 30, had the equivalent of an 8 hour 97. I don't know what that means because that's not how they ran school. Back in my day, when it was just how many horses and carts you could ride. And that's the thing. It's like when you get the things about someone being in university at 14. I'm sure it is great for their learning, but can fuck you up emotionally and psychologically. And people really underestimate that. Oh, sorry, Prince Harry vibes with the Nazi stuff. Yeah. That's me, Prince Harry. All right, you went from the bottom to the top, and fucking go you, Hannah, by the way. And also, speaking at someone who's on the bottom, nothing wrong with being on the bottom anyway. And yeah, Justin, that's perfectly respectable. Fucking, not that they're directly comparable, but way fucking better than what I did in high school, even the second time. So, fuck anyone who said you had to be in special ed, brother. And anyway, yeah, the whole idea of special ed, most experts agree it's segregated teaching is a bad idea. So, Hannah, your friend's brother repeated preschool because he's immature for his age. Repeated year 4 because of ADHD. Graduated 2 years older, now a doctor. Well, that sounds like it worked for them, which is nice. Yes, and the potential stigmatizing of a special ed type thing can be very difficult to deal with. I don't know. We're humans. We fuck up. Micro made it, my brother in the northern US. How you doing? I just got lost with that whole intro there. So, but nice to see you, brother. Cheers to you, friend. So, Hannah, one thing shits you about school is they put pressure on you being at the top. Yeah, but that's the whole thing with Gifted students get put under so much pressure, and it's ridiculous. Do I have Halloween shirts? Yes, I do. And they're in here. You know what? I'm going to show them to you. I'll show you. I got 2 Halloween shirts. Where are they? They're in here. All right. So, I'll show you. There's this one, which is just skeleton hands, which I quite like. And there's this one, which is mystical symbols and has the witch's familiar black cat on it. So I do have some Halloween-y shirts. I'll just close that now that I got them up. I'm glad you appreciated the song. So my phone dinged, and now I'm confused because I don't know where it is. That's probably Mrs. Angry going to bed, actually. I should go get my breathing machine. Come here, phone. What are you doing over there? Oh, shit. Everything's coming apart. Okay, I'm going to disappear for a minute. I'm going to get my breathing apparatus. Yep. Sometimes so I need to check them out. Alright, got my breathing apparatus. Here it is. I also went to the loo and had a snog with Mrs. Angry, so you know. That's why I was gone for a little bit. Oh, but I'm back now. Andy, you'd probably benefit from segregated learning. Well, and that's it's not a black and white thing. It's not a one or the other. Good specialized teaching can be good. Micro, oh God, stuff. Well, yeah, no, there's upsetting things, and there's also some stuff that's friggin' I suspect is not true, but it's fucked up shit happening, basically. Oh, yeah, very Darth Vader, the breathing apparatus that I have. Dr. Jones, the orange one. What? Teacher shirt, you, do you, I. Wow, I don't know what's going on there. I'm troubled by that whole thing of a teacher having a shirt that says you, do you. Oh, do me. I don't know. It's a whole thing. Man, that's really yummy, that drink. But I'm definitely going to drink more sooty water. Yeah, Justin, I understand that Royal Commission could have given you bad memories. And yeah, the sensible thing to do is turn the news off in those cases. You don't need the stress, basically. What's happening in the news? Oh, actually, that's a good question. When will we know the result of the Voice to Parliament referendum? 24 years since we had a referendum? If you're under 42, you won't have voted in one before. When will counting start? 6 p.m. local time? Votes will be counted in eastern states while other states are still voting. When we'll find out the results, we'll probably get a good percentage of the vote counted fairly quickly, perhaps within an hour or two of polls closing. If it's not close, we'll likely know the overall outcome before Western Australia has even finished voting. Two conditions for a referendum to pass: half of all voters nationally vote yes, and at least half of the voters in 4 of the 6 states must vote yes. It's often called a double majority. If either of those conditions fails, the entire referendum fails. People who live in territories like the ACT, Northern Territory, Norfolk Island, Christmas Island, have their votes counted in the national tally. Votes in ACT and Northern Territory don't count towards a state majority. What if the result is really close? As always, we'll be waiting longer if it closes. Some postal votes will be counted on the night. If the margins razor thin, it's possible we'll be waiting for more postal or absent votes, which could take days. And if it's really coming down to the wire, up to 2 weeks. Okay. So the ABC is saying, depending on how definite the result is, we'll know an answer between 2 hours and 2 weeks. So there you go. Well, see, that's the thing. What we have learned more recently is trauma response is not necessarily dictated by the scale of the trauma. It's got to do with how your brain processes an event you went through. It seems kind of obvious. The more extreme a trauma is, the more likely you are to have post-traumatic stress disorder. But because comparatively lower scale events can trigger genuine PTSD, it's just like brains are weird, is what it comes down to. Oh, neat, Hanny, your postal vote's been processed. There you go. Oh, yeah. See, Justin, having to revisit school reports when there was so much shit that happened at school, that's not going to be good. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I think that's the scientific term, micro. Minds are finicky and weird. It's very interesting. I hear very interesting stories because Mrs. Angry is a psychologist counselor. She works the government health department, and a lot of her clients are refugees, people who fled war zones, people who've gone through direct trauma themselves, people who've had horrible things happen to family members. And it's kind of nice, she does good work and helps people. Sometimes people who are like in their 60s who have just thought they had to live with trauma their whole life, and they get the right treatment and they get significant recovery, and it's just like amazing. Yes, Micro, we will try and steer clear of school shit here, definitely. Yeah, no, brains, it is impossible to predict how brains are going to react to particular things. Ooh, so that means things are going well for you, Hannah, which is nice. And speaking of nice, Dr. Abigail's got food, so that's always good. Getting some food. Food. Oh, man, that's fucking yummy. So that's the thing. Justin, maybe they learned. You're saying that the teacher who said fuck things to you is now a psychologist. Maybe they learned. Maybe they're better. Maybe they would be embarrassed to look back at really fucked things they said to a student years ago. I mean, honestly, maybe they're fucked. Like, you do get people who are psychologists and psychiatrists who are fucked. There's a really funny one from years ago. There's like an end of year thing with Mrs. Angry, and it was a work thing. So there were other psychologists and psychiatrists there, and Mrs. Angry's niece from the UK was visiting, and this is bad. I forget her name, but let's say her name was Elizabeth. And she gets introduced to this person who's like a psychologist counselor who's meant to listen and shit. And she gets introduced like, hi, I'm Elizabeth. And goes, oh, Liz, nice to meet you. And she goes, no, Elizabeth. She didn't like the shortened version of her name. And again, her name's not Elizabeth. I feel bad. I can't actually remember her real name. But she says, I'm Elizabeth. And this person who's a psychologist counselor who's meant to listen says, oh, Liz, nice to meet you. And he goes, no, Elizabeth. She goes, okay. 5 seconds later, she calls her Liz again. And I'm going, I'm not sure you're great at your job, because that's the most shit failure at listening and empathy I've seen for a while. And that is true. So we have had, the Nazis had a bunch of doctors and psychiatrists. Being well is not good. Oh, sorry, I think I missed something. Right, randomly, Micro, you had their reaction when we were walking around Albany. Her butt was so perfect, you almost curbed your car. That's a story worth sharing, man. I like that. Oh, yeah, no. See, Micro, I don't know. She probably didn't want to be bothered anyway. But yeah, I don't think I've ever been able to spontaneously talk to someone that I was just stunned at how awesome they were. And your psych lecturer looked like a serial killer, obsessed with Seinfeld, but all our exam were about crime and psychology. That's so fucking weird. That is so fucking weird. So just that teacher was trying to leave the profession while teaching you. I don't know. See, now I'm thinking of, because I just finished rewatching Mr. In Between, an absolutely fucking kick-ass Australian series that everyone should watch if you don't mind watching a fairly violent show about a guy who's a hitman. But he goes to his high school reunion. There's this whole thing where he ends up having this conversation. This guy was a teacher who doesn't remember him, but the teacher was a really vindictive piece of shit. And Ray's trying to say to him, like, you do fucked up things to kids, it stays with them. Mike, are you going to share what this lady's perfect butt looked like? You want to join her OnlyFans? Yeah, you know. every now and then, you can just have these special moments where you see someone who's just, awesome in your estimation. But yeah. Kramer's psychological state's a great. Yeah, I mean, it was very interesting, certainly. Okay, the teacher from Daria. All right, now I'm going to be like, okay. Teacher from Daria. Oh, this guy. Okay. The guy with the big eyes? Is that who we're talking about? It's a very angry guy. Teacher from Daria. Maybe we're the crazy ones, and Kramer's saying. I thought they did do some very fun stuff with Kramer in Seinfeld. Just the way he looked at things was very interesting. Well, yes, and that's the thing. Micro he knows not to just say to someone, "I like your ass." Yeah, but you can have that moment for yourself. All right, so it's the bug-eyed guy. That is actually genuinely unsettling. Justin, you remember PE teacher threw cricket balls because you did something wrong. No, that's not domestic violence, mate. That's criminal assault. That's what that is. That's criminal assault. Yes, and I know you wouldn't just speak because how is that ever going to work if you just go to someone like your ass? Jesus. Yeah. I remember uh, making my friend Damie crack up where some YouTubers were out. This was a while back. We're at some rooftop bar. We're having a couple of drinks. And there was this group of girls, young women. They were not very old, maybe 20. And they were dressed very similarly. But, they were dressed in the sexy gear. And it's like, like they were showing off. And I was just leaning over to Damien, like, how does this work? Like, they look like they're here to pick up, but they're all together. Like, so how's that gonna work? Like, a guy can't come up and talk to one of them because there's 6 of them together. So it's like they're dressed up like they want to pick up, but they can't like that. And she's just looking at me weird. I went, don't pretend they're not here looking for the peen. And as soon as I said that they're here looking for the peen, she just cracked up and just snorted and just wouldn't talk to me anymore. Oh dear. You had a teacher who would throw books. That was a thing that I had to deal with. Yeah. And slamming books on your desk. Yeah. That was the thing I had. And yeah, micro wouldn't harass thing. But yeah, Hannah, I mean, guys do shit all the time. And there was a teacher who can't be fired because he's been there forever. Dr. Abigail, you're befooded. Still have cool. All right, I will share the link for anyone who wants to join. Actually, anyone who's in the mood, I'll put a thing here, and there's the link. Justin, that would be reckless endangerment. If they hit you, if a teacher threw cricket balls and hit you and injured you, saying, "Oh, I didn't mean to hit them," sounds like a kind of shit defense to me. And you had 2 teachers that nearly killed you. Most schools are terrified of a solicitor's letter. God damn. Micro, if a woman wants to come up to me and say nice ass or nice pee, and you take it in stride. Yeah, there's a difference. There's not an implicit physical threat with a woman complimenting a man. In most circumstances, most women feel an at least implicit threat with a man commenting on their physical appearance, which is fucking unfortunate because we should be in a world where people aren't getting harassed and you can just say, I find you aesthetically pleasing. And they can go, cool, because there's nothing else going on, or there doesn't have to be anything else going on. It's just like, damn, you look good. I feel like someone's trying. Oh, it's not working. I think someone's trying to establish an alibi in case the cops want to know where they were at a particular time. But his internet's being flaky. And yes, I'm talking about the smiling assassin, Big Pat, because a thing popped up that he's not actually there. His internet's not working. So I don't know what's happening. Oh, yes, from a car. Yes. Had weird, creepy abduction vibes. And here's Dr. Abigail with the blue hair. How you doing?
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Now, my headphones
Yeah.
don't make ear sounds anymore.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah, I know. Don't know what happened, but they just stopped making noises.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, that sucks.
so I'm using my Snowball
Oh, okay.
and PC speakers. So if you
Yeah.
get echoes,
No,
let
it's
me
working
know.
fine. No echo.
I turned the gain right down on my microphone,
Okay.
and I've just got it sitting on my desk.
Yeah.
If it's working fine, great
Yeah.
success.
And I will throw out, yeah, Micro, that is a shitty thing about society because there's so many awful things that happen. Yeah, just a man who is friendly to kids can create terrible vibes. And it's the whole thing. It's like, because, my offspring adults now. So if I'm out about the supermarket, I'm absolutely the person who, if there's a kid like in the shopping trolley and the parents pushing around and they make eye contact with me, I'll pull faces at them. I'll just to get a reaction out of them. I'll do the thing where you go, ah, and so the kid goes, I just can't help it. It's because it's what I used to do with my kids.
There is an absolute disproportionate number of male kindergarten teachers compared to female, and like it's ridiculous. There should be
Is it?
more, but there are some
Oh,
parents
you
who
mean
just don't.
there's way too many female and not enough male?
Yeah, and there are some parents who just flat out don't trust male
Yeah.
kindergarten teachers. Like they have working with children checks and everything.
Yeah,
So
yeah. And I genuinely think younger kids, like preschool and primary, need male
absolutely,
figures there.
yes.
But it's a double prong thing. It's the weird thing that some people get unsettled by, why is a man doing this? And also, there's a gender bias in the education system. Men will be promoted much faster than women in teaching. So they'll move out of teaching roles into principal roles. So it's a double pronged thing of there being an unjustified
Mm-hmm.
stigma against male teachers with younger kids and a gender imbalance where they just get promoted out of teaching anyway and they get into
But
administrative roles.
get this for an unconscious bias. Um, so I was at PAX last weekend.
Yeah.
You may have heard about it.
Yeah.
My job at PAX is there's a board game library where you can come and just borrow a board game
Yeah.
and play it and return it. It doesn't cost anything.
Yeah.
And as collateral, we take details from your license, like your name and phone number and your license number and stuff.
Yeah.
Or just your ID. So some people had a passport. Some people had, most people had a driver's license. Some people had proof of age. But some people had a working with children card.
Right.
And if, like, of the people I saw who had a working with children card, they were all male. And as soon as I saw they had that card, I was instantly like, my guard just unconsciously dropped.
Yeah.
Like, oh, they must be a good person then. Like as if everyone else I had shield was still up. Like, come on.
Yeah. And this is what I agree. Yeah, Hannah. And I think you do get a reasonable number of male teachers in secondary school, but there needs to be more male teachers in preschool and primary because the kids need male figures for balance there. But it's god damn the weird stereotypes, and because of course there are cases of really awful people getting into certain roles, particularly to abuse vulnerable. Jesus, sorry.
And yet, Kindergarten Cop was such a smash hit in the 90s.
Yeah, that was what we need. Sorry, Micro with the again. I've only had female therapists, but I've only had male physical therapists. It's like physiotherapists. I've only had male physiotherapists, but I got, and sorry, the therapist, just the terrible Arrested Development joke with the brother-in-law who's a weirdo, and he's trying to say, I'm a hybrid analyst and therapist, and so he gets business cards making up because I'm part analyst, part therapist. I'm an analrapist, and the guy's just going, your business card says anal rapist. It was just like, oh my god, who the fuck thought that up? You could just see someone in the writer's room coming up with that, and I feel like everyone else in the writer's room just going, the fuck is wrong with you? Where did that come from?
And then just laughing,
and they just rolled non-stop. With it. It was just like,
yeah.
Yes, Hannah, I think we all want Arnie. And because there was that thing where he's trying to find the bad thing and he thinks he's on a clue, and it just turns out a kid's got an abusive father, and he's just so incensed, and he ends up just grabbing the guy and goes, let me tell you, you hurt him, I hurt you. And the guy tries to make something of it, and Arnie snots him. And it's a big thing. And when the principal's bringing him in, saying like, you know, you've got to sort of hold things in, but honestly, tell me, how good did it feel hitting that son of a bitch? It's just... Sorry, look, this time his internet's working. Look, Pat's just trying to establish an alibi.
What?
Something that's...
Red.
How you doing, big guy? Okay. Look, you know, you were here. I'll tell the cops you were here all night. Okay, it's
no. Nah.
Speaking of people who have their gain on their microphone turned down, just so we can't hear the person in chains at the other end of the room going, "No, I'll tell you everything. Help, let me go."
No.
No, that's not happening. No. Okay.
No.
I believe you. I believe you.
So back. So
you got a sore back?
Yeah.
So have I, mate. I've been going to a physiotherapist. I currently have a heat patch on my back, and I've been doing exercises and taking anti-inflammatories. And then I read that Cal Wilson, the much beloved comedian who everyone was horrified and shocked to learn she died after a short illness, she like presented to hospital 4 weeks ago. She presented to hospital 4 weeks ago with lower back pain, and it turns out she had a rare and extremely aggressive cancer. And
In other words, she died from being female.
Yeah.
Which is a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing. There are far too many stories like that. Like, well, have you tried losing weight? And it's just like, no, I've got ovarian
like
cancer.
Going off the pill, or
yeah.
Done that.
Yeah, but I do think because I know and follow so many comedians because of AIDSy, so all my social media was all these people who are first-hand friends with Cal Wilson just being absolutely devastated. And I think I only ever met her once with AIDSy, but it was still sort of, oh, she is kind of the nicest person in Australasian comedy, and this is a real gut punch. But also because I've got this thing with lower back pain, when they went like, oh yeah, she presented to hospital with lower back pain and was dead 4 weeks later, and I went, cool. I needed to hear that. But I've been to a physio who's literally gone, oh no, I can feel the swollen in the disc here. We'll do this and you do that. And it's just like, okay. And it went away once and it came back. So I'm doing all the stuff. So Hannah, the back pain, physio cream, like deep heat but effective. Well, I've actually got this thing, and Mrs. Angry swears by them. And it's this heat
I find
pack.
deep heat really effective. I swear by it.
All right, we're all swearing by things. Micro says Aleve, back and muscle. I've got a heat pack. It's weird. I put it on this morning. You open the packet and it's got a sticky thing, and you stick, like I've stuck it to my singlet. It's still warm now. Like I put it on 14 hours ago, and it's still warm. It's very therapeutic. Okay, Chog's got a back pain thing. Hit a gym. I am doing. It's a combination of exercises, a heat pack, and anti-inflammatories. And if it doesn't go away again over the weekend, I'll probably go back to the physio next week for the little magic treatment he does.
That answer from Chog is very ableist.
Gym's absolutely not going to work for everyone. That's a real thing.
Yeah, like I've got way too many other physical and mental health problems that.
And Micros is also quite practical. De-age by 20 years.
To a gym, I get tired because of my chronic fatigue. I got tired today hanging up laundry. Like how do I get to a gym?
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Hannah likes physical. I haven't tried like a heat cream. I've used this heat patch, which seems to help quite a bit. And it just sits there, and it's been sitting there for like 14 hours now, and it's still warm. So that's good. But we'll see. Actually, yeah. Maybe I will go for one of the creams if it doesn't go away. But
no, physio cream sounds like a deep heat on steroids.
Yeah.
Which is fine. But
I love the name, actually, physio with an F. Good marketing.
Yeah. But see, for me, deep heat works pretty much instantly, and it lasts long enough that I don't get serious back pain anyway. It's more neck and shoulder pain, and it's very muscular. So I don't like.
Sorry, I know what Hannah's saying there. Wash your hands after using physio cream. It will burn anything. I'm picking up what you're laying down, Hannah.
Yeah.
Even at a slightly more clean level, I do remember years ago in a shared house, one of the guys is cooking in the kitchen and he's chopping up fresh chilies and he's going, "Fresh chilies are great." And he's just laughing like, you just have to remember not to rub your eyes after you've been chopping them. And I swear to God, 5 minutes later, he's staggering down the hall with his eyes closed, trying to find the bathroom, going, to put his face under it. Because just after joking with me, don't rub your eyes after chopping chilies, he absent-mindedly rubbed his eyes. And so he's blind and he's just staggering.
Will isn't here at the moment, so I get to tell this story because he was very young.
Yeah.
We were at KFC of all places because I just needed to sit down. Right, it was a long day, and he wanted like a spicy chicken. He really wanted spicy chicken, and I'm like, sure, okay, we'll get you spicy chicken. I didn't have anything. I think I had some of his fries, and so he's just slurping down just like zinger, popcorn chicken, and just the spiciest wings that he could get. Then he goes to the bathroom and forgot to dust his hands.
He didn't wash his hands before holding onto his dick.
It got into his foreskin and
that's not coming out in a hurry.
No, it didn't. And he came out with like beetroot red eyes.
And
I couldn't go in and save him. He was what, 13, 14 years old.
A 13-year-old's not going to want you to get involved in it.
No. But he came out and he was fine. And he told me what happened because he looked physically like he'd been crying. And I was like, "Are you okay? Is there someone I need to beat up? What's going on?" And he said, No, it's fine. I need to sit down. I need to breathe. I didn't wash my hands before I went to the bathroom. And I couldn't contain my laughter. It was just too funny. I had to point and laugh, like right there in the store.
You've got zinger dick.
It was so funny.
Oh God, it was sorry, it's reminding me of the Hellfire Club in Sydney where someone did a thing where they doing with different leisure. I think it was kind of like the equivalent of deep heat and then something called wintergreen. But it was something that gave a hot sensation on the skin and something that gave a cold but burning sensation on the skin. So it's a hot burning sensation and a cold burning sensation. Neither of them are actually burning your skin. They just tell the nerves they're burning your skin. So there's this guy strapped to a St. Andrew's cross with a boner, and they do this barber's pole thing around his dick with the one spiral with the hot thing and one spiral with the cold thing, and it was just
awesome.
That's a whole thing. And the guy on the they're assuring us that the guy who's screaming now wanted them to do it, and it was just like when they explained it, and then it actually did a penetrative sex thing with a woman, so she got the same sensations, and it was just like, you know what? There are some interesting people in the world. This is not my thing. They explained the whole thing, and it was a thing they wanted to do. It was like, hey, sure, you know, you know, you've opened my eyes to life's rich tapestry, and there are people doing things I don't want to do. But God damn.
Someone, I dated, oh, good night, Mega Leech.
Bye
Mega
bye.
Leech doesn't want
Mega
to
Leech
hear.
going to bed. No, nice.
No.
I mean, yeah, Micro, I'm not saying anything against DP, but we are talking about a therapeutic cream called Deep Heat.
Oh yeah, Deep Heat.
Yeah.
That's what it's called, and it's like a menthol kind of
Yeah. It
mentholation.
stimulates a warm feeling, even though it's not actually intrinsically hot. It interacts with the nerves in your body.
It actually brings blood flow.
Yeah.
To the surface of your, like it something about blood flow to the surface, and with that blood flow, more internal body heat.
Yeah. It's not 100 miles removed from Ben Gay. Ben Gay is something boxers rubbed on themselves on their sore muscles in the 50s.
What Ben Gay is, yeah.
No, Ben Gay is a really old school one. I know from my dad being a boxer. Ben Gay is what boxers rubbed on their sore muscles in the 50s. But,
okay, well, probably the same thing.
It's the same basic thing. Oh God! Speaking of last century, one of my Facebook friends shared a thing. And it was like some Zoomer had found a picture of how Titanic was released on VHS, and because the movie was so long, it was on 2 cassettes, and the post was titled, "Can someone from the late 1900s explain to me why there are 2 tapes in this?" And I was just going like, okay, that phrase "from the late 1900s," that's designed to hurt. That's just fucking designed to hurt.
Can I address some of the chronic fatigue questions that have been in the chat?
Yeah.
I have 2 theories about why I suffer from chronic fatigue.
Yeah.
Based on purely anecdotal evidence.
Yeah.
Because frankly, who the fuck knows? Like, medical science is yet to discover why people get chronic fatigue.
Certainly no conclusive answers. Yeah.
Yeah, and as far as I can tell, there are 2 types of people I've noticed that get chronic fatigue. People who are like highly fit and highly just like work out a lot, or just like athletes or the like, who burn out. And people who get some sort of viral infection and it just fucks them up.
Yeah, that was the one I was going to say. Viral infection. A certain percentage of the population can get fucked up by viral infections. Long COVID.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of people are being introduced. A whole bunch of people are being introduced to chronic fatigue syndrome because of how COVID affected them.
Yeah. So while I was doing my honors degree and all the way through undergrad, and in fact all through my 20s and 30s, let's be real, I was super fit. Now, I was a programmer, so don't get me wrong, I wasn't like an athlete or anything.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed a good 10K bike ride every now and then.
Yeah.
Like in my lunch break at work.
Yeah.
I used to work in South Bank, and I would ride my bike to Elwood and back along the beach trail, like South Bank to St Kilda
South
Beach
Bank to Elwood.
Yeah. And that was just a pleasant trip, pleasant bike ride. And then I'd ride home, and that was the shenanigans I would get up to. I rode Eastlink. I don't know if that's a very Melbourne reference, but I did a 30K bike ride along Eastlink before it opened.
Yeah.
I used to, and even during my depression years, when I was like really chronically depressed, I was still pretty fit. I was riding my bike. I could walk for kilometers and not feel a thing. I was still doing a martial art. I was really fit. And it wasn't until I pushed and pushed and pushed to finish my honors degree that I literally just burned out and just couldn't move anymore.
Yeah.
And that's my theory on why I now have chronic fatigue. And I just that was several years ago.
Yeah.
And now I can barely walk a kilometer and have to catch a tram back. And it's demoralizing. It's awful.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Going from like being so independent and so healthy to just like getting tired from hanging laundry. It's the worst.
Yeah. So I get very angry about anyone who's disparaging about people who are dealing with disability and whatnot. I go, well, what's your plan for dealing with disability? And they go, well, I'm not disabled. You go, you could be disabled tomorrow. It could be an illness that strikes you down. You could get hit by a fucking car. You could fall down some stairs. Tomorrow, you could be profoundly disabled. What's your plan for dealing with that? You're just shitting on people who are living with disability because today you're not. You can't control the future, my brother in Christ. Tomorrow, you could be dealing, no warning, with profound disability. What's your plan?
Absolutely.
Sorry, just also on the two fronts, the old thing, Hannah's seeing someone dressing in a vintage Billabong skirt. Something where they were only 32.
Oh my
Micro
God.
in his late 20s sees people talking about vintage toys that he played with as a kid. But yeah, on the chronic fatigue, the viral front, yes. Glandular fever. I had glandular fever, but fortunately I recovered quickly. I had COVID. Fortunately, I recovered quickly. But the number of people I know who've been fucked up by a viral infection, and the doctors are kind of, we don't really know, but we think it's an effect of that viral infection you had.
Yeah,
but we don't fucking know.
If the virus messes up an important gland, like it's in the name, glandular fever.
Yeah.
It's not just like your lymph nodes that are getting messed up with.
No.
If you get a viral infection in your pituitary gland, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Like that gland controls so many bodily functions, and hormone secretion from your pituitary. I don't know how to pronounce it properly.
Pituitary. Yes, it's a hard word.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't seen it written down in so long.
Pituitary. That's where the devil worshippers get the adrenochrome from.
Well, it secretes secondary hormones that control secondary sex hormones. It controls like liver function. It controls like homeostasis.
Yeah.
It's this big.
Yeah.
And it like the amounts of hormones we're talking about are in the milligrams.
Yeah.
Or less.
Yeah.
And it's tiny, and like any kind of balance from a virus and you're fucked.
Yeah.
So you got to give it to like give people who've been struck by chronic fatigue because of a viral infection a break, because that shit's for
absolutely
real.
Yeah. So Hannah, you had glandular in 2008. Oh yeah, every time you get sick, glands instantly go. I had it when I was in college, so like when I was 20, and the only reason I knew, I was like living with my girlfriend, and I'm lying in bed. It was summer, and I was just bathed in sweat, lying in bed, and I assumed, oh, it's a hot night. And then my girlfriend, who's lying next to me, is not sweating at all, and I'm going, I might be sick.
I've known people who've had glandular fever and that it takes 6 months to recover.
I was so
And
fucking lucky. It still took about a
Yeah.
month to recover.
Yeah.
It was like I
I've
had
known
the
people-
flu for a month. It was fucked.
I've known people who've had to repeat a year at school because they had glandular fever. What could they do?
Oh God, Chog, you had Epstein-Barr. Yeah, no, Epstein-Barr can fuck you up. And yeah, depression can be
Yep.
chronic fatigue. So yeah, and that's the weird thing about mental health issues that are causing chronic fatigue present exactly the same way as physical illness that's causing chronic fatigue.
Yes, so they are very comorbid as well.
Yeah,
Chronic depression and chronic fatigue. And
You could say
fibromyalgia as well.
mental health issues causing chronic fatigue, but chronic fatigue will cause mental health issues. It's just
Yeah. Tell me about it.
It's fucking tough. Like I can't believe how lucky I've been with various viral infections that for a period they've been, well, this is fucking bullshit, and then it's gone. And then I talk to someone who goes, oh yeah, I had that and it never went away. And I went, well, that fucking sucks.
Yeah. I when I was 22, I think, I had Bell's palsy.
Ooh.
Which is where half your face goes
Yeah, half
numb.
the face is paralyzed. Yeah.
Yeah. And I went to my GP, and first thing he said was he was excited because it wasn't a cold or a flu, which good for you, mate.
Good for you, mate. Your professional
because he
life
got to
is
see something
great.
exciting.
Yeah.
And and then he gave me this medication for it. And I asked him how long it lasts, and he says, well, it depends. It's either 6 to 8 weeks or you've got it forever.
Fuck me, eh? Jesus.
Yeah. Luckily, it was only like 6 weeks.
6 weeks. Jesus.
Because it's a nerve thing. Like it hit it, like, because there's this one nerve that branches off to both sides of your face. And like if you like move in bed wrong, or your posture's really bad and you're sitting and you crick wrong, and and you pinch that nerve, bang, your face just drops. And I remember when it happened too.
Oh, God damn.
Like I remember just I was sitting there and I was tense and just okay. And I'm just tense, and I sat up, and I just remember feeling just, when you feel something pop.
Yeah.
I thought I'd popped, you crack your knuckles, but it's in my jaw.
You thought it was there.
It was like that, but deeper. And the next day I was eating Macca's fries and they tasted like cardboard.
Oh, because the nerves, and so the taste had stopped.
So half my tongue, no taste buds were working. The other half was fine.
Yeah.
So I started eating on one side of my face. I'm going to grab some water. I'll be back.
Yeah, apparently a guy I knew way back on YouTube got tongue cancer, and he got successful treatment, and he didn't die, and they physically reconstructed his tongue, but he lost all sense of taste. And so he had to get used to eating to sustain himself, and nothing tasted. So there was no pleasure in eating. And so he had to learn to eat without, he just had to chew up sludge in his mouth and swallow it, which sounds pretty fucking sad. Sorry, I'm just going through. But I swear to God, fucking StreamYard just fucks with me. I was just out for a second there. So Hannah, your one missed 16.
Shame you don't have Glamdring.
Got Glamdring. We're all safe now because Glamdring is here.
Forged in Fortune Gondolin in the
Nice.
first stage.
Oh, that thing about, if you get glandular fever, then anytime you get sick, you'll test positive for glandular fever. That happened to me at college. Like the first time I got it, the doctor in the clinic said, yeah, if you get sick in the next year or two and have a test, it'll say you're positive for glandular fever again, although you're not necessarily. And I went, okay. And it happened a year later, and a different doctor sent me for tests, and he goes, I went to say, oh, we got your test results. And I went, let me guess, it's glandular fever. And he went, okay, that's a weird reaction. I didn't expect that. And I said, oh, no, sorry, I had glandular fever last year, and that doctor told me I would just keep testing positive for glandular fever. But yes, this is a positive note. Micro, local corner store gas station, sale on ice cream. That's always good. Wow, that is an interesting mix. A sherbet, which I think we would call a gelato flavor, I guess, but a sherbet and a coffee mocha, those are really fun contrasting flavors.
How much is a gallon in liters?
Ooh, let's
in rest of the world units.
Yeah, convert gallon to
I've got an app
mils.
Converter.
Holy shit.
Volume.
1 gallon is 4.5 liters.
Damn.
So he's talking about with half liters. They're half gallons. Okay, so that's the big ones. That's 2 liters of ice cream he's talking about.
Yeah. Nice.
2 liters for $6. Yeah, you know.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, okay, so 2 to 3 liters in each one. That is a pretty good deal. And that is a funny thing. You get people with tough lives who are very upbeat, and some people who are really negative and downers don't really have any good reason for being like that.
Have I told you that I discovered that Will is red-green colorblind?
Oh, okay. Jesus, that's interesting.
Yeah, his red receptors, his green receptors pick up too much red.
Yeah.
So I've been pranking him and
God.
putting up signs. I put up a new one. So the first one I put up just said "I heart color" on it.
Yeah.
But then I've been replacing it every so often and seeing how long it takes him to notice. So Jesus. I replaced it with this that says, it probably doesn't. Can you read that? I can't
quite see it. I can see there's something on it. It says,
Will eats poop.
Oh my God.
And I put it up because you can see it here.
Yeah.
You can see it here.
Yeah.
It curls up a bit because, paper, moisture, blah, blah, blah. But I had it up for a week. He didn't notice.
Yeah.
Until one day, because he knew the heart shape was a bigger blob, and he can kind of make it out. And then he saw it one day, like, that's different, isn't it? And he went up to it, and he had to squint and like really hard, and he made it out, but he still couldn't read it properly. But he read it. I literally just changed this today.
Yeah.
And I changed it to, because he's always calling me a cat.
Yeah.
That one says Will is a dog. I want to see how long it takes him to notice that one. And I'll keep you posted. He literally cannot read it. It's so funny.
Good Lord. I've seen a thing with a T-shirt with that sort of thing on it that says "fuck the colorblind," or
that's a T-shirt hell T-shirt.
Yeah. A random question: what size does milk? Micro, our milk
comes in
1 liter. It's basically in liters: 1 liter, 2 liter, 3 liters. There are
you can get
variations.
half-liter cartons or
Half
1
litre,
liter
600
cartons or
mils.
bottles.
We don't have bags of milk. When I was a kid,
That's
we
a
had bags
Canadian
of
thing,
milk.
isn't it?
We
Like
don't
cask
anymore.
wine. Yeah, what is with that? I've never seen one.
I haven't seen bags of milk since I was a kid, and that was because we had a dairy in Dubbo, so they would actually make stuff that was just for local distribution. Like they actually literally made these ice treats in plastic bags, and there were water-based ones with different flavors, and there were some milk-based ones with different flavors, and they just called them Dubbo Ice, and so we just called them Dubbos, and they weren't sold anywhere but Dubbo, right? The local dairy had them in a whole bunch of shops, convenience shops and corner stores. And I remember we were in Bathurst once visiting my sister, and we were in like a milk bar, and my younger brother asked if they had Dubbos, and the person behind the counter is just staring at him like, the fuck are you talking about? And I was just like, shut up, okay? No. No one outside of Dubbo has them. You're making us look like idiots.
Oh dear.
So Safa says Eastern Europe had bagged milk. There you go.
Bagged milk. Okay. Don't they have a valve on them like you do with Goon?
No. They were literally just bags. You just cut them, pour them, and like these ice treats, they were about this big, and it's plastic. And so you just kind of had to chew the corner off the plastic, and then you sort of stuck it through the hole you made.
How much milk did they have in them?
What?
How much milk did they have?
They were about. Oh, sorry, you mean bagged milk? Bagged milk would be like 500 mils or something.
Oh, okay. Sure.
But these treats were about 200 mils. They were like this big,
like a glass of
and you just like bite the corner off them, and they were frozen, so you just bite the corner off them and then sort of crush up the ice a bit and suck it out the hole you bit in. It was fairly barbaric, is what I'm saying. Safi, you think Aussie milk bottles are unique? I don't know. When I was a kid, we had milk delivered to home, 600 ml bottles of milk.
Because it was a half pint, wasn't it, or a pint equivalent to a pint, which is what we inherited from.
So yes,
from
yeah,
Brits.
600 mils, and because I was in a big family, so we actually got a lot of milk delivered.
Yeah,
and so sometimes when we were putting the cleaned bottles out for the milkos to collect, there would be 24 bottles there waiting for them to collect.
We only got like 3 or 4 bottles at a time.
We get, because I'm one of 10 kids, so at various times there were 12 people drinking milk in the house. So we would go through a fuck ton of milk, like just having cereal in the mornings. And older members of the household having tea with milk and whatnot, and younger members having Milo with milk. We would just go through a fuck ton of milk.
My dad used to beat us up if we had a second bowl of cereal in the morning.
Oh God!
Yay! Because like, how dare we eat food?
I'm old enough that I remember in New South Wales. Okay, so in Victoria, there's just primary school and secondary. So kinder to year 6 is primary, and then 7 to 12 is secondary. In New South Wales, when I grew up, kinder to year 2 was infant school. Then year 3 to 6 was primary, and 7 to 12 was secondary. And when I were a lad, it stopped when I was in primary school, but infants and primary schools used to get milk delivered for the students to have at recess. And it was these little 100 ml bottles, and it would be flavored. It would be strawberry or chocolate or whatever. And of course, being Australia, offered they'd be delivered first thing in the morning. So in summer, that means it was just sitting around for 2 hours before you got to recess. So how we didn't all die of botulism, I don't know. But
Well, I assume it was pasteurized.
it would have been pasteurized. It was just sitting in the sun for 2 hours before we got it.
Yeah. So
But
pasteurization kills a significant
yeah.
amount of the bacteria that it can
So
be sitting.
that might have been a Gough Whitlam program. I don't know, but the Liberals under Malcolm Fraser got rid of it. So,
Yeah.
but it was a real treat. You just got these little bottles of. They were just there. You got a little bottle of flavored milk. It was free. It was awesome.
Mm. So Safa, unpasteurized milk is yummy. Like it's not as safe. It's not 100% deadly. Like
No.
just
If
has
you get it straight away, it's fine and yummy.
Yeah.
It's just that it gets unsafe within a day or two.
Yeah. Especially
Yes,
if
you
the
cannot
cow.
commercially sell unpasteurized milk in Australia.
You can get it if you live close to or on a farm.
And
I've
there are
known
these
people in Australia
weird freaks who have decided pasteurized milk is the devil's work, and they've worked out this scam. I forget what they call it, but it's like you cannot sell unpasteurized milk for human consumption, and they may have changed the law so you can't do this anymore. But there was a thing where you could sell it, but you say it's not for consumption; it's to wash your hair or something. Yeah, I know, right? It was this weird thing. But there was some community in Victoria just a couple of years ago where a couple dozen kids ended up vomiting and diarrhea because they were feeding them this shit. It's like, because it's good. And it's like, it's not, it starts to develop dangerous bacterial cultures within a day or two.
Yes. And that's the thing.
Yeah. But yeah, straight from the farm, if you're lucky enough to be at a dairy or something and get whole milk before pasteurization, yeah, it tastes great. It really does. And the milk, and there's also, besides pasteurization, there's homogenization, which is another treatment which stops the cream from separating in the milk. When I were a lad, the milk that got delivered in bottles wasn't homogenized. So there'd be a layer of cream on the top.
I remember there was a brand of milk that you could buy unhomogenized, and it had like layers of cream at the top.
Yeah.
And I used to like skim the cream and put it on my breakfast cereal.
Yeah.
And that was yummy. Or you could just buy cream.
Yeah.
Like
some people with the unhomogenized milk would actually deliberately take the cream. Others, like we did in my house, you'd kind of poke a hole in the cream so you could, and then shake it so you integrated it with the milk.
Yeah.
No.
So homogenization is just a fancy word of mixing.
Yeah. It's some process that stops the cream separating. No, Pat's been here all night. That's why he came in. So when the feds ask, we just say, yeah, no, Pat was hanging out on the stream and he was here all night. What? How many underworld hits happened on Friday night? I'm sure Pat wasn't involved.
Speaking of which, I finally got a letter from the hospital telling me I've got an initial appointment for my fucking gallbladder.
Oh, yeah.
It's not the surgery. It's just an initial appointment on the 30th of October.
Well, I might have mentioned Mrs. Angry was getting jerked around with getting some scopes done. And they finally got their shit sorted in the last week or so. And so she's finally got an appointment for like Monday week.
Oh, God. This letter is dated 5th of October. I just got it today.
Oh, damn. It's like a
Yeah,
week.
yeah. Damn. And my referral was sent on the 3rd of July.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Mrs. Angry had people saying they were going to organize a referral 2 months ago, and they fucked around for 2 months, and they finally got it together a week ago. And lo and behold, when they got it together and did it properly, and now she's
Yep.
scheduled to get the scope. It's awesome. Sorry, I see it could be a junk food stream again. I actually brought the truffle flavored turtle chips, and yeah.
Well, I've got more Subway cookies, but I'm not going to eat them now. 3 was enough for now.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I got this game at PAX that has been on my wish list for ages. But what convinced me to finally buy it is they had a big stand in the expo hall, and a friend of mine was actually on the stand. I think she works for them or something, because it's a small dev company, game dev company, based here in Melbourne. And the game is called Cult of the Lamb.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
You've heard of it?
Mm-hmm.
For those of you who haven't heard of it, it's a game about forming a cult of like this demon worshipping cult, except that it's in this cutesy style, and you play a lamb, and all your followers are cute looking forest animal creatures. So it juxtaposes this cutesy animation style next to like demonic sacrificial cult leader.
Yeah.
It's a hoot. And I was actually in the middle of a dungeon run when my food arrived. So might get back to it in a bit.
It also reminds me. Sorry, what?
It's a mixture between base building and colony management, and like roguelite dungeon crawl.
It reminds me a bit of a game, God, from quite a while back, 10 years or more, which was called Black and White. And it was created by someone who developed one of those. I think it was like Sid Meier's Civilization.
Yeah, it's like a god
simulator. That guy. And the joke in the name Black and White, you're a god in this game, and you develop a society to worship you. And in the simplest way, if you are a punitive and harsh god, you'll have this really harsh civilization where they do sacrifices all the time and whatnot. And if you're a like kind and benevolent god, there'll be a much more peaceful civilization. And I remember on the various sort of chat boards for the thing, people going like, "Oh, why am I people so fucked up and whatnot? I didn't do anything." And the developer would occasionally go, "You did, because that's how we programmed it. If your people are fucked, you're a fucked god." Rays, haven't seen. I feel like I haven't seen your lasers. What's happening? But it was really funny because there was a joke in the name of the thing, Black and White, because the game wasn't black and white. There was shades of grey in there. But yeah, there would be these discussion boards would go like, "Why are my people in this game so unhinged and whatnot?" And occasionally the developers would go in, "It's because you're a really fucked up god, basically." "No, I'm a great god." "No, you're not, or they wouldn't be behaving like that. That's how we programmed it." It's just like, so you won't admit it, but I know you're a fucked up god. And I was just like,
anyway, I'm going to finish this dungeon run. I'm gonna finish this dungeon run and zone out for a bit.
That's fair
and
enough.
may occasionally make a comment or two.
That's good. So, Rays, you've been busy. That would explain why I haven't seen you for a while. That's cool. Shit happens. You get busy. That's the way of things. Ah, yes. Interspersing things with some sody water. I knew what I was doing when I brought that in because it's otherwise I'm just going to get too fucking wasted, and it's not even midnight.
I reckon I would have had bingo by now.
Oh yeah, if I was playing bingo, yeah.
So many references.
Doing 12-hour days, god damn. Oh, okay, construction. With guys doing dumb macho shit on a construction site. Yes. Yes, kind of like not all construction is like that, but a lot of it is.
Hashtag not all construction.
I think I'm fully Tim Smith, but as I always throw in there, the difference is I would not get in a car and drive it anywhere now because I would kind of expect to crash into someone's fucking fence if I...
That really is the joke that keeps on giving.
I love it. And what was fascinating, because if he hadn't destroyed his own career, he would have definitely aimed for leadership roles, and just with weird, fucked up sort of Trumpy conspiracy bullshit. And what was hilarious is he could not believe he would face repercussions for his behavior, because he was the thing that blew my mind. Like, he would always randomly say, "Oh, that government minister should resign because they did X." And so when he drunk drove and crashed into someone's fence, and people saying, "You're not fit to be in Parliament," and the journalists are going, "Yeah, you said people should resign for way lesser things than this."
Yeah.
Going, "Oh yeah, but that was just politics. This is my life." And they were going like, "The fuck is wrong with you, man?"
Yeah.
It's like literally he thinks life is all fuck around and never any find out. And it was just... it's just damn. He was so lacking in self-awareness. And he was doing that stupid, gormless, beef cow stuck in the headlights look at the media. Like, what do you mean I should face repercussions for my actions? That's not how I see the world. And everyone's going like, you just like super fucking suck, don't you? And even Matthew Guy dumped him.
I assume this is because he just has never faced consequences his entire life.
No, he was a white boy of privilege. Everything had gone his way his whole life with no effort. And he was absolutely incapable of understanding that he could face repercussions for his actions. He was incapable of consequential thinking. And because what was he, 3 times over the limit when he crashed? It's like, that's hard to stand up, let alone drive. If you're at 3 times the limit, it's real hard
to even get the keys in the car. Like, I wouldn't even be able to like get the car started at that much.
It's just
fair.
That just really highlights what a fucking piece of shit he was. The fact that, like, oh no, I can barely stand up and walk straight, but I should definitely get in a car and drive it down roads that other humans are on. And again, just the weirdness of, he didn't hit anyone, he drove into a fence.
Didn't he also, like,
fuck's sake,
like, even like crash into the bedroom or something of the house?
I think he did hit the side of the house, but not hard. He mostly just took out their fence.
Yeah, okay.
But it was like, Jesus Christ, dude. It's one thing to sail through an intersection and take a car out because you completely misjudged it. It wasn't even that. You just couldn't stay on the road, and for no reason, you just drove through someone's fucking fence. It's just like, Jesus. And the idea...
The misjudgment was as soon as he got into the car. Like,
yeah.
Don't even do that. Don't even, like, what the fuck were you thinking?
I thought I was okay. Like, okay, dickhead, one of two things. You're deliberately lying and treating us all like morons, or you are such an unbelievably self-absorbed piece of shit as you stumble and bounce off walls as you walk. You just convince yourself this is fine. I don't have to follow rules. There are no repercussions for me. There are no consequences. I can do whatever I want. It's, you don't want to, armchair diagnose someone, but it's right up there in sociopath territory doing stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then whenever he talked to him, he saw that weird dead look in his cold eyes.
Like, yep.
Those weird watery blue eyes, and there was never any kind of human expression in his face. It was fucking weird.
Yeah, that was mental. Like, pictures of him haunt my dreams.
Sorry, I think there's some fun talk about money. Rage, because you're bailing on the construction. You can make a lot of money in construction, but it can fuck you up. It's the same as the mining thing, the fly in, fly out in Western Australia, particularly. You get young fellas, because it's usually guys, not uniquely and universally, but guys straight out of uni with like engineering degrees, doing fly in, fly out work in the mines and making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year straight out of uni, but they've got no grounding and they disassociate. And like, I've heard so many stories. It's like, 2 weeks on, 1 week off sort of thing. Half of these guys will literally, for the week they're not at the mine, they will live in a brothel. They will rent a room in a brothel for an enormous amount of money just to be around people and have physical interaction. And physical, but it goes beyond the sex thing. It's literally just, I just spent, for the last year, 2 weeks out of 3, I've been living in a converted shipping container by myself, and I have no meaningful human interaction in that time. Here, I am willing to spend $10,000 in a week because it gives me some semblance of human contact when I do it. And I'm aware that all of these interactions I am getting are monetized interactions. These women are only interacting with me because money's changing hands, but it makes me feel better, so I'll do it. And it's dehumanizing. It's fucking awful. But even, God, Jesus Christ, even at the really upper end of the scale, you hear the stories about Gina Reinhardt and her family, and like, she's evil, and literally everything she has should be taken from her because it's been stolen from the Australian people. But she's miserable. You read these stories about her and her family. She's not happy. She is absolutely miserable. And she's an empty shell of a human.
That, though.
Sorry?
Tell me she doesn't deserve that for the shit she's done.
She does, but it's also it doesn't solve anything that her life is miserable.
Yes, yeah.
It just makes her continue to do awful, fucked up things because she has nothing good in her life. It's just absolutely horrifying, the stories about her and her family.
I haven't heard about her mental state or if she's miserable or not. I haven't heard anything about that.
But you read about stories, she's in constant conflict with her children. Like there was this whole thing, they had all these agreements because they were targets for kidnap because, there's the idea that they'd be kidnapped and held for ransom. So Gina Reinhardt and her company were paying large amounts of money for security for her children and grandchildren. And then they got into conflict and she was saying she wasn't going to pay for their protection anymore. And,
Oh,
and it was basically, it was a bargaining chip. It was like holding them to ransom and saying, if you don't agree to my terms, I'll withdraw all the security from you. And so I'm literally threatening your life and your children's lives.
yeah,
if
okay.
you don't do what I want. And so to me, there's no question that she is a fucked up and unhappy person.
Yeah, okay.
It's just that money, those billions of dollars, don't seem to have brought her happiness or well-being. And then she just insists on saying weird, fucked up shit. It's like she just doesn't care. Like at one point when she was complaining about how much she had to pay people, it's like, oh, I could bring people over from Africa and pay them a tenth as much. And I'm going, what, you mean slaves? Are you saying if you were allowed to, you could have slaves? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm hearing. Yeah.
Yeah. And she's so disconnected from humanity, she doesn't understand that's what she's saying. And she doesn't understand that everyone goes, you're a fucking monster. And she's going, no, I have control of massive amounts of capital. Therefore, by definition, in a capitalist society, I'm a good person. And I'm going, really? You think so? You think that's how it works? Well, so here's the thing, Chog, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again, with the billionaires, put them all in prison until every single person in the supply chain, and I mean from everywhere in the world, everyone in the supply chain that actually creates the wealth that they call their own, until every single one of those person is looked after and is living a proper life. They don't have to be rich. They just have to be leading a proper life. Until they are, keep the billionaires in prison because they are stealing and, I'll use inflammatory language, they're murdering people. Their wealth, to generate their wealth, thousands and thousands of people are dying every year. And those people are dying purely to create the wealth these leeches call their own. And it's like, no, fuck that. Imprison a lot of them. And as soon as everyone in the supply chain is looked after, they can come out. You know what? They would still have millions. And they're like, oh, but you're talking about taking away 90% of my wealth. Yes, I am. I literally am. You do not deserve 90% of what you call your wealth because you are stealing it from other people. Also, you have to pay to repair the damage that all your companies are doing. The damage to the environment and to the culture, you have to pay to fix that.
Absolutely.
Because the idea that you can ravage the environment and fixing it is someone else's problem is a fucking farce. Rays, I don't begrudge anyone with massive wealth so long as they're not getting it by exploitation. And at the moment, they're all getting it by exploitation. If they can genuinely have this multinational company that generates them significant wealth and everyone involved in actually doing the work that generates the wealth is looked after, then fuck it. Good. Go for it. You've got your millions. Good on you. But what's happened in the last 40 years in particular, since the Reagan-Thatcher era, which is nothing short of criminal, that needs to be remedied. Oh, and another new person on Twitch, Roddy Rowdy, which I guess is a little head nod to Rowdy Roddy Piper, wrestling great. Hat tip to you, Rowdy Roddy.
Star of They Live.
Yes. Oh my God, I was just listening to a podcast where they were talking about They Live, and these people talking about this is potentially the greatest film ever made.
Best fight scene in a movie ever.
Was it goes for like 7 minutes?
Oh, it's so long. So fucking long. Just put on the sunglasses.
It's
I would just put
so
on
funny.
sunglasses.
It's so funny. So Roddy Rowdy, hang out with your mum. I hope you're having a good time. I'm just hanging out virtually with friends.
So, I have a question for you. Do you have a favorite billionaire?
Look. Okay. Favorite billionaire. Like this would upset the New World Order paranoid thing. They latched onto Bill Gates being a bad guy because of the vaccines and whatnot. And Bill Gates, over the last 40 years, has done actually a lot of terrible things. And I do believe he should just be taxed. But he's probably I think he's probably on the positive side of the ledger, particularly with the malaria fighting stuff and whatnot. He has also financed some weird, fucked up shit that has hurt people and made people's lives less good.
He's also like his business practices are. I mean, in his CEO days were borderline criminal, and he introduced the idea of software as a service, which I think is abhorrent. But I mean, what about all the good things Hitler did? You know, like in his later life, he has gotten into philanthropy, but he also enjoys high stakes poker.
Yeah, and so, I feel like there is just a huge amount of negativity with Bill Gates, but with the philanthropy, particularly the fighting disease thing, he might just be on the positive side of the ledger. Whereas I think the rest of the billionaires are so deep in the negative side of the ledger.
So I've got one for you. Richard Branson, an actual self-made billionaire, started from barely anything, right? By the time he owned 30 companies, he was in this, he didn't even know the difference between gross profit and net profit. He didn't even finish high school. And every company he started, he aimed all the way through his life, aimed to treat every employee properly, like they wanted to work there. Like that was his goal. Like he didn't want to exploit anyone. Look, I'm not saying he's never fucked anyone over. And he's a billionaire, so he's got to have fucked over someone. But you know, he's built this this brand, the Virgin brand, on innovation and like treating people with respect.
Yeah.
So
Well,
that's where I'd put my money.
there is a good case to be made for Richard Branson. He is also an arsehole, though. There are
Okay. Yeah.
look into some of the stuff where he's bought and privatized the train lines in England, which again, on the scale of evil of billionaires, is much lower on the spectrum than so many others.
Yep.
I think there's a good solid case to be made for Richard Branson, though. But I will say
Yep.
he's also an arsehole. And there's
Fair
just
enough.
a whole spectrum of arsehole things he's
Yeah.
done. But
Yes.
I genuinely think maybe less than all the other billionaires. Yeah.
Fair enough. Hitler did not create the VW Beetle. That was BMW. He just popularized it.
Yes, I think Hitler was very big on the Volkswagen.
Yeah, it was the
people's
people's car.
But there's an undeniable. Again, I love the subtle joke in The Simpsons because the original logo for the Volkswagen was a wolf on a castle, and the Arnie character in The Simpsons is Rainier Wolfcastle. And there were all those rumors about Arnie, or at least his dad, being a Nazi. So calling the Arnie character Rainier Wolfcastle was a pretty fucking clever joke, quite honestly.
God, to this very day, I didn't know that. To this very day, there are just so many hidden.
Yeah, today I learned. In
The Simpsons and Futurama.
But that was always a favorite of mine. The subtlety of that joke, having the Arnie character being called Wolfcastle, and Wolfcastle was the original logo of the Volkswagen.
That's great.
My first car was like a 62 Volkswagen, and it had the Wolfcastle logo on the steering wheel.
Oh, nice.
They were still using it in the 60s. So the reason Razor's saying, oh, Branson financed the Sex Pistols? Okay, there you go.
Yeah, there are a few bands that...
See, Raz, there's a difference between an asshole and a psychopath as well. And like I said, they're like, all exploiters.
Not a psychopath.
Warren Buffett, Chog, also Warren Buffett is far less evil than a lot of the billionaires. But
I don't know anything
about there is an absolute bullshit folklore around Warren Buffett. There are all these stories about the honest, humble stuff about Warren Buffett that are obvious fucking lies. They're obvious fucking PR lies. But yeah, I would also say Warren Buffett, way less evil than a lot of the billionaires. And he's, I don't know enough about Warren Buffett because the public persona is it's mostly about investment as opposed to Gates, who was a brutal CEO and fucked this over. And he has certainly done some very weird things in his philanthropy that are incredibly questionable. Like when they're in the early days of the COVID pandemic, there was a push to get rid of the patents on the vaccines, and he lobbied really hard to keep the patents because he's just a weird hyper capitalist. He's like, everything will be better with capitalism, so don't do it. And I have to admit, being an old school YouTuber, I'm like a Vlogbrothers fan, Hank and John Green. Again, hardly flawless people, but they've done an incredible amount of good. For just average people, they have raised millions for charities, and they have deliberately avoided raking in those millions for their own personal gain when they easily could have. Not to call them saints, not to call them flawless, but there was one bit that I thought was funny / cringy, because they have got a lot of money from the Gates Foundations for their health initiatives, particularly in Africa, and they've actually just gone hyper focused. Stop trying to solve everything. Isolate a problem and work on it. And there was infant mortality in Sierra Leone. They just got really focused, maternal health and infant mortality. Focus on that. And they have instigated major changes, and they've channeled millions, and they don't control it. They're not white saviors. The money goes to people from Sierra Leone on the ground. They've done good work. But anyway, so they got a lot of money from the Gates Foundation. So it's not like they want to piss off Bill Gates. And in about probably the first year or two of the pandemic, John Green, and there was a video of this, did actually do an interview with Bill Gates. And it would still be on YouTube, I assume. And he did actually put the question like, why did you block the patent being dropped? And yeah, because I'm asking the hard questions. Why did you? And Bill Gates gives this shit, meaningless answer. Blah, blah, blah. And it's just this absolute fucking nonsense about, oh, I just wanted proper laboratories to be doing it. And it's fucking horseshit. It's just because he's a hyper capitalist. And you just see John Green go, cool, you answered. I'm moving on now. And it's just like, it's like, that's as far as I'm sticking my neck out to the person who puts literally millions of dollars into our initiative. And it's like, I asked the question, you gave a bullshit answer that I definitely should have challenged, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to move on now. And I was like, yeah, I get the pressure that's on you there. You did the thing where you said, hey, you did a thing that a lot of people said sucked. How do you justify it? And Bill Gates goes, I justify like this, and proceeds to vomit just a word salad that means nothing. And John Green goes, cool, you answered. We're done. And it's just like, oh, yeah, you weren't really willing to take that to the mat, were you? It's just like, nah. Safa, I'm not a there are way older people than me on YouTube. But I swear to God, any of my offspring produce children, so I am a legit grandpa, I am probably just going to change my channel names. Because the original Angry Grandpa is dead. So I'll probably change my main channel name to Angry Aussie Grandpa, and I'll change my cocktail channel to Cocktail Grandpa, because I'm just going to fucking roll with it. So, Rays, you only found out a year ago Terminator's spawn of someone in the SS. It's the thing with Arnie's dad is weird and ambiguous, and I don't think there's direct record, but I think politically and socially I disagree with Arnie on a bunch of stuff, but he's also shown himself as someone, in the face of the insanity that exists in the US at the moment, he's willing to stand up and go, no, fuck you guys. That's bullshit. I'm not doing
also,
that.
Wasn't his chief of staff when he was the governor an actual Democrat? Like, he was willing to be bipartisan.
Oh, yeah. Like it was
a lot of things.
Yeah. It was a whole thing, but like the QAnon and MAGA types, he is explicitly on the record with essentially saying "fuck you guys." It's like, what the fuck? But he is very conservative economically. He's probably less conservative socially, but the fact that he actually had the balls to say, "Oh no, you guys are fucking lunatics. No, fuck that." Bruce Wayne's a funny one because there's that joke. Bruce Wayne is like, Gotham's plagued by crime. I'm going to do something about it. And Alfred, the butler, goes, oh, are you going to put in place education programs and social services for the underclass so they don't have to resort to crime. No, I'm going to dress up in a costume and punch people. And it's just very good, sir. That'll work too. And then you get some real sado fuck comic nerds going, no, the Wayne Foundation does a lot of things like, it's fiction, guys. We're making a joke. It's fiction. So the whole idea that billionaire Bruce Wayne could put billions into social services and it have no fucking effect. Like we see in the real world, ground level intervention to stop homelessness, lack of education, lack of opportunity has a much bigger effect on crime rates than policing does. We see that evidence everywhere all around the world. So Bruce Wayne's, he's fiction.
Also, every PAX there's at least one dude dressed as Batman, which is usually awesome. But this year, I only saw one, but his outfit was just absolutely fucking awesome. Like this guy must have spent either tons of time and effort to make this awesome, like armored bat suit, or just a fuck ton of money. It was just kick ass, but it gave it, like every time I see a Batman at PAX, I always like do my thing where I say Bruce, and just call them Bruce because Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
This year was especially awesome because he was like standing out the front of an elevator that I needed to go onto, and I pressed the button and it opened, and like and I got to say, Bruce, were you waiting for the elevator? To Batman.
Yeah.
And he like every time I did like call Batman Bruce, they always laugh. It's always a thing because it's not Batman.
I gotta say, a couple of my favorite sort of jokes, puns around that. Real thing, apparently, because Vic Pol posted something about this on their social media, because the colonizer settlement of Melbourne was founded by a guy called John Batman. He wanted to call the town Batman or Batmania.
Batmania.
And we have Batman Hill and Batman Lane. There is a Batman police station, and Vic Pol were very excited to report the day that Constable Bruce Wayne reported to Batman police station. That's apparently real. We have a Batman police station, and there is a cop on the Victorian force called Bruce Wayne.
Oh, that's
a
great.
real one. And there's like a Tumblr post, and I have no idea if this is true, but it's funny. And someone's going, oh, so I found out there was a guy in the office and his name's Wayne Bruce. So I call him Man Bat, and no one gets it. And I'm so disappointed.
One of my favorite YouTubers, comedy troupe from Canada. I almost said Canada then.
Canada.
Yeah. Came to PAX one year.
Yeah.
And did the whole thing. But in their video that they put out, it was just like them standing in front of Batman Park and just like looking really bored and just one of them saying, worst park ever. Because I thought it would be awesome.
I'm just saying that, Chog. Look, from what all the weirdos say on the internet, how I don't have that sweet, sweet Rothschild money for me promoting all this left-wing stuff, I'll never know. Oh, God, that's the sad voice of experience phrase. If you end up in Batman police station, you're getting bashed in the cells. Oh, that's the voice of sad experience right there. Well, that's a good question. Did anyone ever have a good Thanos costume at PAX?
I saw Thanos just this weekend.
Okay.
It's hard to pull off because you have to wear like a mask with the big chin.
Big prosthesis, yeah.
Yeah, and if you're not already like at least 6 foot something, it just looks kind of weird. And
Yeah.
this guy who was doing it was like my height or shorter.
Mm-hmm.
So it didn't look right,
Mm.
unfortunately. But you know, props to him for doing it. It still looks awesome. It's just that the mask that he had, because he wore a Thanos mask instead of just a prosthesis.
Yeah.
And it just didn't
Didn't quite work.
It was, yeah. But still, A for effort. Absolutely.
And also, now I'm just thinking, I still find it really funny that the same actor played Thanos and Cable in the Deadpool movie.
Mm.
It's just, they don't care. It's just like, yeah, it's the same guy. We don't care.
Mm. And also,
and that whole self-aware thing, Deadpool actually says at one point, like, hey, pump the hate brakes, Thanos. What's going on? I think they hit the tone perfectly. And someone goes, oh, they're stupid and dumb. Yes, those movies are stupid
that's
and
the
dumb.
point.
And they maintain the tone perfectly.
Yeah. And if they ever do a Squirrel Girl movie, it's just going to be equally as dumb and funny as Deadpool. Also, the guy who played Thanos, he went on a podcast and complained that there was a fad going through Hollywood of people sunbathing their buttholes.
Oh, yes, showing their buttholes to the sun, yes.
And he accidentally got sunburn on his butthole. So now I can't get a mental picture of Thanos with a sunburnt butthole out of my head.
So apparently Deadpool 3 is coming. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like Ryan Reynolds. And again, speaking of like Tumblr type posts, I remember someone doing a screenshot of some sort of movie news / gossip site saying, you know, fans are getting sick of Ryan Reynolds playing the same character in every movie he's in. And someone's comment is, no, the fuck we are not. Because he does. He literally plays the same character in every movie. And it's just like, yeah, that's cool. That's fine. Let him do it. Let him do it.
There was a movie, like a kids movie involving time travel, where he goes back in time and meets his younger self.
The Something Project,
And the child actor studied up on Ryan Reynolds' behavior, and he turned into the biggest smartass ever, like Ryan Reynolds level smartass. And you see him in like all the promos and all the talk show circuits.
Yeah.
And just seeing this kid just pulling a Ryan Reynolds on Ryan Reynolds was hilarious. It was gold.
And I haven't seen that one, but I know the one you're talking about. So Bruce Willis plays Bruce Willis. Yeah, it's very sad that we now know in retrospect there were about 6 years of Bruce Willis having early onset dementia and being exploited by really fucking evil people.
But also, all of Bruce Willis's movies, he plays Bruce Willis.
Yeah. Jason Statham does the same thing in every movie. And I'm here for it. It's just like, oh,
yeah, like
Jason Statham's going to get angry and kill a bunch of people. Cool.
Mind you, what about fucking Mel Gibson? Like, don't hate the player but love the game, you know? Like, he's a fucking nightmare person.
Yeah.
But there are some of his movies where I just love to watch them.
Well, not only he's a really good action star, but as a director, he's an extraordinarily competent film director. He again,
Yeah.
Mel Gibson, horrible, sexist, racist, anti-Semite one. Technically, really fucking proficient film director.
Yep. And you hate to love him. Like,
Yeah.
fucking hell. Like Tom Cruise. Like,
Yeah.
fucking hell, dude. Stop being such a fucking
weird
actor.
Scientologist freak. Sorry, Rays, are you asking, did you not know this stuff about Bruce Willis? Oh, dude, get depressed. Look it up. Do a search on Bruce Willis exploited by filmmakers. They're like, because in the last 5-6 years, there's probably like 10 films with Bruce Willis, and they're saying he didn't actually know what was happening on set. Like, he had an earpiece where someone was saying, now say this, and so he'd say that, because it's like they could sell any film that Bruce Willis was in. And
he'd be only in like 2 or 3 scenes for like 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And he'd cash the paycheck, and it's funding his retirement.
Yeah.
And that's it. And
it apparently reached the stage where the dementia was so bad, he just literally didn't know what was happening on the sets. And it's really, but yeah, just really cynical people fucking exploited him. But that's okay. Here's a funny one. I'm going to throw out a writer I really like, Cory Doctorow. I talk about him every now and then. Like, he was one of the contributors to Boing Boing, one of the early weblogs, which was really good and really popular. But he's a really good writer. He's written a bunch of novels. He's written some nonfiction, and I'm really on board with his take on society and culture and whatnot. And he wrote this column recently, and I heard it because he periodically puts out oh God, what do we call when we speak on blogs? My brain just stopped working. Podcast. I forgot the word podcast for a second.
That's because you're drunk.
I know. It's possibly because of the amount of alcohol I've drunk. My brain just went, no, podcast. You don't have to remember what that word means. Anyway, Cory Doctorow occasionally just reads some of the columns he's written for websites or magazines on a podcast. And he had one recently. It was just a beautiful title. The swivel-eyed loons have a point. And he's just talking about, because he's Canadian, he lives in the US now, but he lived in England for quite a while. And he's talking about the wing nuts and the crazies. And he's going, in England, they have a particularly poetic term for these people, the tinfoil hat brigade that I like. They call them swivel-eyed loons. And that's always spoken to me. And he talked about all the things, the real fringe right-wingers, the QAnon things, go like, when you just take the crux of what they're saying, they have a point. It's like pharmaceutical companies cannot be trusted. They're after money and whatnot. But then they just extrapolate into some absolutely insane permutation of that. And just go like, yeah, there are people in Hollywood who are awful and exploitative and evil, and there are definitely pedophiles there, but then they spiral off into Tom Hanks is in a blood-drinking, baby-killing cult. And it's just like,
what's that?
And it's just like, oh, that, do you not know the Tom Hanks one? That was a thing, because again, okay, so the QAnon circles, the right-wingers, they're split into 2 camps. The weird freaks who believe it all, and the cynical exploiting grifters who are making up stuff to milk the loons. The cynical exploiting grifters a couple of years ago went, okay, we've got this general thing that Hollywood is evil, but can we take the most squeaky clean, unquestionably good character person in Hollywood and cast him as the devil worshipping baby blood drinker. And they targeted Tom Hanks and said he was caught a thing. And it fucking worked. Tom Hanks is now central to these weird paranoid fantasies.
Yeah, okay.
And again, the cynical manipulators, they go, oh, we don't care that there are people in Hollywood who are literally like this because no one gives a shit about them. But if we can get the person who's the furthest removed from that and convince a certain group of people that he's part of it, then, there's kind of no limit to our power. Ray, I'm not going to go live for the voice results for 2 reasons: that we might not get the result for days or weeks, and second, tomorrow night's date night. I'm going to be out. So it's funny. I did read from the ABC site tonight where it's like, how soon will we know? And I go, well, if the result is really lopsided, we'll probably know in about 2 hours. So in other words, we will know before they even stop voting in Western Australia. And it's the same as any election. If the result's tight and we have to count postal votes, we might not know for days. And in an absolute extreme case where it's really, really tight, we might not know for 2 weeks. So the result will be known somewhere between 2 hours and 2 weeks after voting closes on the East Coast. And we literally won't know until we know it, because if the polling's right, we'll know on Saturday night. If the polling's wrong, it will take longer to know. But if the polling's super wrong and there's a resounding yes vote, we'll know on Saturday night. But we've just got an absurd number of variables at play.
Well, I shall be watching the coverage. So.
Oh, yeah, Ray's. But Zuckerberg, lizard person, honestly, he does himself no favors. He regularly comes across in public appearances as not quite human. But the whole lizard person thing is fascinating.
So I watched this really interesting interview recently from this lady who used to work at Facebook, and she was a whistleblower she used to work in this team that has since been disbanded, that dealt with misinformation around after the 2020 election in the US. So some sort of integrity team. And she gathered a metric fuck ton of information regarding how Facebook worked, and just how no one knows how the algorithm works, and how Facebook is just fucked in so many ways, and it's so open to manipulating elections and the zeitgeist and so many fringe groups, etc., things we already know because of her. Anyway, she, despite all this, had a really empathetic take on Zuckerberg, that I'd never considered before, and how he comes across, and it was really quite fascinating. She just had a heap of empathy for him. In a way that I just had never seen demonstrated before. And the way she put it was consider that he's this autistic college kid who suddenly landed into being gone from being picked on and bullied to being the most popular kid in the world and owner of a company that makes $1 billion. And then going from that to being one of the most hated people in the world and the destroyer of democracy.
Yeah.
How do you feel? It's no wonder you would want to retreat to your own fantasy world where everyone's a cartoon with no feet or legs.
There's a pretty compelling theory I've seen that if people get super wealthy and or super famous, they cease to emotionally develop past that point because they don't go through any of the growth things that normal humans go through after that. And it's a very compelling argument, and that would fit for Zuckerberg, that his emotional development stopped in his early 20s.
Okay.
And it's kind of like, well, I achieved things no human before me achieved. Why should I listen to mere mortals? I am clearly above them. And
hubris.
Yeah, it's just
hubris provided the trip to his downfall.
Yeah, and you can't be a normal person in that environment. You just can't. It's not possible.
Like after hearing her say that, I couldn't help feel for him, but also he is a lizard person who either that or he's an android, and he has a lot of shit to answer for. Like some of the decisions he's made on a social networking platform that a lot of people use, that he controls, like to the detriment of so many people. He has a lot of shit to answer for.
Well, he literally has blood on his hands. His platform, his platform is directly and solely responsible for thousands, if not tens of thousands of deaths.
Absolutely. Him and fucking what's his name? Elon Musk.
Sorry. Grasshopper wants to join us, which means no, that's not the right. Oh no, here it is. Sorry, I'm on Facebook now.
No, it's all good. Grasshopper's wife's under my desk right now. So
I thought you looked happy. So I've just given Grasshopper the link, so you can. And in fact, if he links, I might go. I need to go and get a piece of ice, as opposed to a piece of ass that you might be getting under the desk there. But
well, I'm not wearing pants for a reason.
Why would you? Why would you wear pants in that circumstance? Honestly.
Whoa! 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 Whoa!
Oh dear. All right, I gotta. I thought he might have popped in quicker. All right. When he pops in, I will pop out momentarily. We go out
because I can't see who's backstage.
No, he's not there yet. But I'll wait till he does appear, and then I'll do a quick duck out to get some ice for my drinky. Because that's the way. I like it.
I thought it was butt stuff that you liked. That's what Taika Waititi was telling me.
Oh well, he knows is all I'm saying. I watched the first couple episodes of the new season of Our Flag Means Death.
Yeah. I haven't seen the first season.
Oh, it's worth watching because it's just funny and silly and why is the link not work? Okay, I'm just gonna try once more. Janet, what the fuck is that? Okay, I'll just try once more. Are you, Grasshopper? Are you on the Discord? Is my question. No, it is literally the same link, but I don't know. I just recopied and repasted it. I don't know why that link wouldn't work, but I could also try.
Just copy and paste it into your browser.
Yeah,
It's not,
that
not
might
rocket
work.
science, mate. It's not rocket surgery. I'm sure that you've already thought of that.
Okay, so you're not on the Discord, I don't think, Grasshopper. Because I could have
He's on my
sent it to you
Discord.
there as a message. Oh no, it did work that time. I don't know. There you go.
G'day, g'day.
Hey, there he is.
All right, I'm gonna disappear for a minute. You can say hello and chat while I just go and get some ice.
No worries at all. Good evening, Abigail. How are you, my darling?
I'm good. How are you?
I can't complain. Nobody'd listen. Oh, boy. Okay.
I went to PAX last weekend, as I do every year.
Yes, I saw the new pins and what else was there? There was dice. That's the one, dice. And the sword.
And Glamdring, forged in Gondolin by the elves of the first age of Middle-earth in their fight against Morgoth.
One of my favorite old shirts that I used to have. But unfortunately, it's gone. I know not where. And it was, if you call yourself a goth, where were you when we sacked Rome?
I
loved wearing that out.
Also, of course, this is the sword that Gandalf wields in. He finds it in a troll hole.
I do not know a thing about Lord of the Rings. I lose geek cred with people every time I say that, but it never grabbed my fancy.
Your wife know this.
Yes, she does.
What's her stance on deep lore?
Same as mine. It just didn't grab her. We're both Whovians, we're both Trekkies, and we're both Star Wars fans, but Lord of the Rings was never a thing for us.
Well, she's under my desk right now, and she's got her mouth full, so she can't really talk on the... there she goes again.
Well, in that case, she's your fucking problem. Then she's been sick for the last 3 days, and I've had to play Nurse Shannon.
Bummer. Damn.
Yeah, it's not my idea of fun.
I'm still recovering from a weekend of PAX. And it's just chronic fatigue. It's not even PAX pox. But it's like Friday, Saturday, Sunday of the expo, and then Monday night of the after party for the enforcers. You really should come down and go to PAX one year. You're a gamer.
I am a gamer. I've gone to a few like Comic-Con type things in Sydney. I've gone to the E3 Expo in Sydney, but
so PAX is nothing like Comic-Con. It's nothing like it's more E3, but it's more hype. It's just.
But isn't PAX more? But isn't PAX more like board games and tabletop games than it is computer games?
It's all of that. All of that. there's a giant expo hall for video games. There's a giant hall for board games and tabletop role-playing games. There's talks and panels for everything gaming related in a bunch of satellite theaters. There's cosplay, there's tournaments, you can jump on a free play computer and just play games. There's VR free play, there's handheld games, there's mobile games.
I'd be there for the game tournaments. That'd be interesting to watch. And if they do cosplay competitions.
They don't do cosplay competitions. There's just people who do cosplay from video games. Mostly Zelda or just like Nintendo or Final Fantasy seem to be popular.
I've noticed that it's mainly Nintendo that gets a lot of cosplay. There's not a lot of I think of oh no, sorry, tell a lie. Actually, a friend of mine sent me a picture of somebody doing the lady from Horizon Zero Dawn, whose name just jumped right out of my head. Did a really awesome cosplay of her.
This year I saw someone cosplaying the Alien Queen and someone else playing a Predator.
Cool.
This year I also saw someone cosplaying Thanos. We were just talking about that. Someone like 6'5" playing Batman, and it was the most epic, awesome bat suit I've ever seen. And I got to say, like, I was waiting for a lift, and I just said, "You waiting for the lift, Bruce?" And every time I call Batman Bruce, they just laugh. They always laugh. It's because, like, and I never get the opportunity to say, "Oh, sorry, Batman."
Oh man, it's that's one of the college humor skits that I always appreciated was the Badman skits that they did.
Yeah. Oh, one year, because usually there's Dance Revolution with like motion capture, like on a giant stage happening. I got to see a bunch of people who were cosplaying the fucking Justice League. All of them playing that game.
That's awesome.
And someone playing Supergirl as well. So you had just like all of the Justice League playing, doing a dance game. It was fucking epic. I think I took a photo of it, but it was from like 2015, I think, or 16. I really got to find that photo. It was epic.
I still say one of the best.
Like Seaman and the Flash and fucking Wonder Woman and just like all of them. It was awesome.
You know how in some arcades they've got those drumming machines and you hit the right pad when the thing comes down?
Yeah, it's a rock band. There's a rock band room. There's a whole room dedicated to rock band.
That's
PAX.
cool. No, one of the best.
Jump on bass or guitar.
One of the best snaps that I ever got was back in 2006. Walked into a random arcade. There was a guy there playing the drumming machine inside of like the time zone or intensity of whatever it was called, and he had a parrot on his shoulder. And I was just like, "Fucking drummer pirate!" It's like, and I was like, "Am I allowed to get a photo of you from behind with the parrot?" He was like, "Yeah, man, go for it." You know, I had to get a snapshot of that. It was just fucking cool, just random as heck.
So the rock band room is next to the diversity lounge, which is for like the queer. It's like the queer lounge, which is always a thing. They always have like this inclusive space, and it's like, which is really awesome. Like they have like what do you call them, where people go and advertise stuff. I've forgotten the word, where people go and say, "Hey, this is my organization." Booths. and shit, and they sell stuff, and or Spruik their charity. Thank you. I'll be here all night.
No, my wife and I did our civil duty earlier, and we went down the road to cast our vote for the upcoming referendum.
Cool. I'm doing that tomorrow.
Yeah, no, that was.
The local primary school goes all out and does a fete and all that. So
They've got this whole thing where we go at a place called Campbelltown, where like to get into the office to actually cast your vote, you've got to walk up like this arcade, and you're not allowed to advertise within a certain distance of the actual polling place. You need to be a certain distance away from it. So you've got both the no and the yes campaigners in this arcade that's leading up to where the actual office is for you to cast the vote. And the first thing that I noticed was that the no campaigners, there was like 3 of them and there was only 1 yes campaigner, which was really disheartening. Second to that, the no campaigners, 2 of them were basically doing the whole if you don't understand what the voice is, then you should vote no because you don't understand it. But the third one had the outright lies as part of advertising, saying that it was going to cause reparations, that it's going to cost us billions of dollars in tax funds, and it's going to what was the other one? It's going to divide Australia further, and all of these sorts of bullshit things. I thought that there was supposed to be laws around like truth in advertising.
There isn't. I was reading an article as like, because there are moves to go, this might be the last voting thing where people can get away with telling blatant lies, because they can currently tell blatant lies and suffer no repercussions for it.
That's fucking heartbreaking, that is. It really is.
Yeah. Although I did thought it was a bit of a hoot. Apparently, Sean McAuliffe on his show is doing a thing like, if you don't know, put an X on the paper, because the Australian Electoral Commission has said the only valid things are writing yes or no. And the Australian Electoral Commission going, well, we understand people do things for hyperbole and humour. That's not helpful. And it's just like, he's literally just trying to fuck up stupid people. And it's just like,
Man, no, it's as we're walking up towards the door, the guy with the bullshit information came directly towards Eleanor and I, trying to hand us a flyer, and didn't know how to react when Eleanor and I, in almost unison, looked at him dead in the eyes and went, fuck off. Like, it wasn't a no, thank you, we're not interested. It was verbatim. We looked him dead in the eyes and said, fuck off. And he went back to his desk and he was just kind of looking at me, and I was just like, dude, you're full of shit.
Yeah.
There is no need for me to be polite to you when you were this fucking full of shit. Fuck off.
Yep.
Oh, but it's gonna. And Eleanor turned around and said, what part of you're full of shit don't you understand? Like, she wouldn't even let him get his fucking sentence out. I was like, I fucking love you.
Oh, dear.
But yeah, no, it was really disheartening. I've got great fucking concerns about this fucking referendum. I really do. Fuck.
It appears the most likely outcome is a no vote, possibly even by a quite resounding.
I'm holding out.
I don't know. I just genuinely don't know.
I'm holding out some hope.
Yeah,
I was until I saw the advertising.
Yeah, I just genuinely don't know, because we've been fed so many lies by the media. So many polls have been completely inaccurate. I just don't know. Which is another reason I want it to be over, so I can find out, were the polls accurate or not? Because if the polls prove to be inaccurate in this, it's like, okay, not that I expect the media to show any integrity, but I personally will refuse to believe any of them. See, Safi, you're asking, are polls BS? I don't know. I'm not prone to conspiratorial thinking, but as I've said multiple times, I've just gone through a federal and state election where the media and pollsters have repeatedly sent messages that proved to be completely false. Not slightly wrong, completely and utterly false. So with this one, if this one turns out to be false again, it's just going to be, oh, okay. So you people just have no credibility whatsoever. And this is, we get back to the swivel-eyed loons have a point. It's the media cannot actually be trusted. But to go from I should look at it with a critical eye to
polling companies.
That's what you think. The polling companies seem to use an absurdly small sample to extrapolate.
They definitely do use way too small a sample, but also one of the things that I read a few months ago is that they have got, some of these polling companies have got direct ties to Rupert Murdoch and that media organization.
Yes, they do.
And as a result, they've got a skew when they release their results.
And also, here's what I always was thinking. The non-stop negative poll things and the negative media things, what that has made me think is I feel like that is likely to motivate people who want a yes result, to stimulate people and make people much more motivated to vote yes. I don't think all that reporting and all those polls will invigorate and enthuse potential no voters. I think it puts much more motivation to people advocating for yes to bring people over. I don't know. The whole thing is, I don't know. I literally have no fucking idea what's going to happen.
The one glimmer of hope that I've got, and this also kind of ties into what Safa had to say as well, is I think about the last state election over in WA. If you listened to everything that Rupert Murdoch's media organisation had to say, it was going to be a complete decimation of the Labor government over in Perth. People were absolutely sick to death of them, and they were sick to death of the policies, and they were sick to death of the feely goody type politics that apparently the WA Labor government was terribly guilty of. And then the election happened, and not only were those polls incorrect, but the Liberal Party over there got voted into non-fucking existence.
Yes. Yeah, they were wiped out.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was the same rhetoric here with, similar rhetoric here with the
last election for Dan Andrews,
Everyone, including the ABC, was running stories like, well, Dan Andrews might have had a good fucking margin, but, things can happen. And it put the wind up me in the days leading up to the election. I was like, could every single media outlet be wrong? Yes, as it turns out. Every single one of them could be wrong.
No, it's the kids who are wrong.
Yeah. It was literally that shit. It was Principal Skinner shit.
It's funny, like up here in New South Wales, for the longest of times, we didn't hear fucking anything about Victoria. Like, any time that something would happen anywhere, we would hear about it, except for down in Victoria. But then the moment that Dan Andrews won his first election way back in the day, they just, everything was not just about Melbourne, but it was always negative Melbourne. And it was, the African street gangs are ruling the streets and people are too afraid to leave their homes. And it's just kind of fucking elevated from there, and Melbourne is, like, according to the media up here in New South Wales and Queensland and whatnot, like, you guys are apparently living in just a complete mob-controlled ghetto, and you never leave your homes out of like pure fear that if you do, you're going to get bashed, killed, mugged, raped, whatever.
Well, because you literally had Peter Dutton saying that, as he was stating that as fact. And the Dan Andrews thing is super weird. Like when he was in opposition running against Liberal, and one of his key things was, if I win, I'm going to shut down this freeway, or I think it was a tollway development that everyone hates. And the Murdoch press was so psychopathically against him. Lo and behold, he wins, and they're all right. And then he proceeds to fulfill that election promise of knocking off this development. And the Murdoch media was, how dare you? How very dare you? And Dan Andrews like, how dare I fulfill a core election promise? Yes, how dare you? And so he did it, and they were so fucking angry. So when he comes up for re-election, they just went full force. He's the worst thing ever. There's no way he's going to win. You can't vote for him. He comes in with an increased majority. And then the papers were basically to the public, how dare you? We told you what to do. We told you how to vote, and you didn't do it. How dare you disappoint us like that? And then, the last one was the African crime gangs. Everyone's scared to leave their homes. And it was such a compelling narrative. But it was almost like everyone in Melbourne went, no, I'm not. No, wait, you keep saying I'm scared to leave my home. I'm not.
The building I live in has like a massive amount of Sudanese refugees living in it. If anyone would be scared of African gangs, it should be people here, because there are literal African gangs living here, and I wasn't scared to go out ever. Like there is like a literal gang of teenagers who live in my building, and it's like 5 guys.
And
they occasionally sell some marijuana.
My wife's parents live not far from a suburb in New South Wales called Blacktown. Now, forgetting the name for a second, a lot of Sudanese refugees, when they came to Australia, if they went to New South Wales, for reasons best known to anybody else, they all got situated in Blacktown. Now, I'm not saying that was a direct correlation, but I'm thinking at the time it was a Liberal federal government and a Liberal New South Wales government, so it would not fucking surprise me if they went, the name fits, let's do it. But like I was saying, my in-laws, they live just around the corner from Blacktown. You could be in Blacktown within 15 minutes of walking out of my wife's parents' front door. And there was, to a much smaller degree, because it didn't hit international fucking levels of news, but to a much smaller degree here in New South Wales, they were like, oh, you've got to be careful around Blacktown because these African people are all in Blacktown and they're causing all of these problems, and oh, you better be careful, and blah, 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 blah. And at Blacktown, there's a Centrelink office. Now, Blacktown is a very low socioeconomic area. So the Centrelink office there has always got a fucking line of people outside the door. And, there's always some problem at that Centrelink office. It's Centrelink, and it just kind of comes with the fucking territory. And I was talking to the guys that did security there, and I'm just like, so the newspapers are trying to tell us that it's all the Africans' fault, right? What have you got to say about that? Like, what are your experiences with them at the Centrelink offices and stuff like that? They're like, dude, they are the best at stopping these idiots from causing the fucking problems. All of the guys that cause the problems, they're all white bogan fuckwits. And they take one look at these African guys, they've read the newspapers, believe what they've read, they look at the African guy, go, whoop, better not fuck with them, otherwise I'm going to get killed, and they shut the fuck up and behave. If anything, we love having the Africans there because we've got less work to do now. So not only was the paper lying, but it was the exact fucking opposite of what the paper was saying. The Africans were actually making things better.
It's fucking surreal. But yeah, this is for me the referendum is a litmus test. It's just like, is it going to fall the way they've been telling us for weeks, months it's going to fall, or are they going to be wrong? And I just genuinely don't know.
I really do sincerely hope that they're fucking wrong. Not just
I hope they are. Yeah.
Yeah, like not just because that means that we get the voice, but also because then that'll mean that in the future, maybe, just fucking maybe, we start looking at these fucking polling places and being like, okay, you have been dead wrong about this entire fucking laundry list of things. What the fuck is going on? We need to, we need to check your shit.
Yeah. I mean, particularly after the last state election in Victoria, where, as I said, literally every media outlet, including the ABC, was going, "Oh, Dan Andrews is in trouble. He could lose that majority," and he got an increased majority. A few activists I know who were saying things like, "If I was that bad at my job, no matter what my job was, if I failed as badly as these media people failed, I would rightfully be fired and never work in that field again for the rest of my life." Like, literally every media person should lose their job now because they are so bad at it. They are so wrong. But that's not how it works. This is the equivalent of every taxi driver in Melbourne driving their car into the fucking Yarra River, and yet just being given another car the next day to just go out and do it again. It's ridiculous how bad they are at their job. It's like your one job is to analyze what's happening and provide intelligent, as objective as possible reporting, and you fucking failed. You were just partisan, and it was about you. All your reporting was about you.
It is a sad...
I swear to fuck, I trace this back to the Rudd Gillard shit. Like all
100%.
the media just amplified Rudd's fuckery from the back bench to destabilize Gillard, and they just went over and over. Gillard has to go. There was no good reason for her to go. There were no shortcomings with her government. It was just they loved the conflict and they loved the drama, and they amplified every bit of fuckery Kevin Rudd did, and they were so fucking pleased with themselves when it worked. I feel like they just got all this hubris. We can control the narrative. When we say something, it will happen. And they've been way off the mark several times since then.
Oh, yeah. No, I remember when Julia Gillard was in power, every fucking day it was some attack on her. If she was trying to pass a policy, then the policy was bad. If she was trying to make a deal, then the deal was bad. If she was trying to, travel overseas to do prime ministerial things, then she shouldn't be overseas. She should be in Australia. If she was in Australia, then she should have been overseas. And on the rare times that they couldn't find any of those things to complain about, there were literal fucking news segments about how badly she spoke, or something to do with her accent, or the clothes that she fucking wore, or the fact that she wasn't married, and all of these sorts of fucking ridiculous, like every fucking day it didn't fucking stop. And
she was one of the most successful prime ministers.
History will remember her as one of our most successful and also one of our best PMs, in my personal opinion. Yeah.
Very successful with legislative programs and whatnot. I don't know if you've noticed, every now and then, some fucking weirdo, and it's maybe the same fucking weirdo every time with alternate accounts, comes on, and their line of attack on me is that I supported Julia Gillard and Penny Wong, and they're homophobic because Gillard wouldn't advance marriage equality when she was PM, and Penny Wong, and this must have been one of the hardest things she's done in her life, she towed the party line. I have no evidence for this, but I personally have no doubt there was a discussion behind closed doors with Julia Gillard and Penny Wong where Gillard said, I don't give a shit, I'm not homophobic, but there's just too much. I cannot have one more thing for them to take. I just can't. And this is awful, and I'm throwing you and every queer person under the bus, and it sucks and it's fucked, but I cannot survive if we do this. And Penny Wong was a pragmatist and said, I get where you're coming from, and you're right. But I occasionally get some fucking weirdo come in on the stream and go, yeah, well, you're homophobic because you supported Julia Gillard and Penny Wong and they're homophobic. And it's just like, it's kind of, you get these people and there are these weirdo, and they're not always right wing. Sometimes they are left wing, but they construct a narrative and they're like, I can embarrass you by saying a thing, and then you won't know what to do. And I was going, I will know what to do. I will know to say, you're a fucking moron, and I'm not going to waste any time on you because that's just fucking weird, and just fuck you. Because I just remember that because one happened relatively recently, like, and you might not have been on the stream when it happened, but in the last couple of weeks, some weirdo, again, so many years down the track, some weirdo popped up and went, yeah, well, you're homophobic because you supported Julia Gillard and Penny Wong, and they're homophobic. And it's just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I just don't know.
No, I remember I got accused, not necessarily of being homophobic, but of being against same-sex marriage, because I was having a discussion. This was after the plebiscite was already decided upon. There was no getting past it. It was going to fucking happen, whether we liked it or not, and I was just having a discussion with some friends, and I'm just like, we've just got to vote yes on the upcoming plebiscite and just see what fucking happens. Like, that's all we've got left is just to do that. And they were like, oh, well, in that case, you're a homophobe. Or, like, you don't support same-sex marriage. I'm like, how the fuck do I not support same-sex marriage? And they're like, well, you should be against the plebiscite because they should just vote for it in Parliament. And I'm like, I never fucking said that they shouldn't be doing it. Like, I never said that they should be doing the plebiscite. I'm saying that they're doing it regardless if we like it or fucking not. And we just need to vote yes. Like, what the fuck? How the fuck do I not support same-sex marriage? Because
some people have weird, twisted paths of logic that defies common sense.
And look, I would agree in the abstract, the plebiscite was evil and fucked up and wrong, and it actually should never have happened, and they should have just introduced legislation because they knew which way the vote was going. Everything said, no, a significant majority of the population thinks this is the way to go. And it was Turnbull's appeasement to the far right. I'll give you a couple months where you get to be gross homophobic shits in the public forum. But it is, look, objectively, the plebiscite was bad and shouldn't have happened, but it happened. So you say, go in there and vote yes. Okay. People are fucking weird.
People who also try to say that if it wasn't for the Liberal government, we wouldn't have had same-sex marriage. And I'm just like, it gets better
because I see those people at Midsummer Carnival Day, which is the big Melbourne queer pride carnival. I see those people at of all things, the Liberal Party set up a booth there, and they'll have these big placards saying, we made same-sex marriage happen, and I just want to punch every single one of them in the fucking face and set their fucking booth on fire when I see it. They did everything in their power to try and stop it, and to have the gall to say they did it is
I said during the fucking plebiscite, I said, if this works, I guarantee you, in the not too distant future, the Liberal Party are going to fucking, they're going to subvert this fucking narrative to be like, we supported same-sex marriage, we're the ones that made it happen, aren't we great?
Yeah.
You know, because people aren't going to fucking remember the bullshittery that they did to stop just the legislator doing their fucking thing. Like, you know, if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have had to have the fucking plebiscite. But more to the point, the lead up to the plebiscite and the plebiscite itself, the no campaign and the amount of fucking damage that it did during that time as well is directly on their fucking heads.
Yeah.
100% directly on their fucking heads. So the idea that, you know, we've got to thank them, fuck off, we've got to thank them. Like, fucking, ugh.
Although, I tell you what, I still occasionally do a double take. If I'd be a lesbian couple or a gay couple, you know, this is my husband, this is my wife, and I just momentarily go, oh yeah, that's right. We decided you were humans and you were allowed to do this. Okay, good on us. Okay.
See, unfortunately, like the area that I live in, unfortunately, is old white conservative dudes, like all around me. Like this area used to be. It still is to a certain degree, but it's sort of like quote unquote rich man's land, as it were. So everybody that lives around me, they're all like old white conservative lawyers, doctors, those sorts of different things. And as a result, this area had a 49.7% no vote. So it just passed by the skin of its fucking teeth here in my particular area anyway. Now, just before the plebiscite and up to now, all around my surrounding areas has all started getting built up, and there's all of these different housing estates going in. And as a result, there are a lot more rental properties that are up for grabs for people to move a little bit further out west, so they're not paying ridiculous amounts of rent. And it would seem that the queer community overall has gone, this area seems really, really good. So we've had a pretty good influx of queer people that have moved in around here. And watching all of the old white men and women clutching their fucking pearls every time that a gay couple walks into a shopping center over here, and I am fucking here for it. I'm loving every fucking second of it. It's the best thing in the world. I was walking through my local shopping center about 3 days ago, and there were two guys walking arm in arm, and they're inside of Woolworths, and one's got the basket on his arm, and they're like, oh, should we get this thing? Should we get that thing? Blah, blah, blah. And, you know, it's really lovey-dovey, and it's going to give you diabetes if you watch it for longer than 10 seconds because it's so sickly sweet, you know. But then they come together and they give each other just a quick mwah type kiss, like, you know, nothing spectacular, just a mwah. And this old bitch from the other side of the fucking deli section, she's like, no public displays of affection if you don't mind. There's kids around here, you know. And there was this kid, he was about maybe 14 or 15 years old, turns around and goes, stick your tongue down his throat. I walked up to the kid, gave him a fist bump, said, you're a fucking legend, and just continued on.
See, I would have waited until that old bitch had, like, her husband around, and the minute she, like, held his hand or gave him a pat on the cheek or something, I would have yelled the same thing to her.
Yeah. Oh, man. No, it's terrific. There's a small group of trans people that seem to live together, and I see them down the shopping center every now and again, and always, you know, polite smiles and waves, but like I haven't actually had the chance to stop and actually chat with them. And it's, you know, it's not something that you just do in general public, but either way, I would hope that the nod and the wave is like, hey, I'm 100% great with you guys, you know. And I was, this is shit, easily 2 weeks ago, maybe even a bit longer. They were all sitting around in a cafe that's not too far from here, and they've got, like, you know, a whole spread of food, and it was obviously one of their birthdays, and they're having a grand old time. And all of the cars that are driving past the cafe, fucking people like hanging halfway out the car, you know, and saying all sorts of different horrible, fucking disgusting shit. Fast forward the clock about 20 minutes of them doing that. And I think that the police must have gotten inundated with calls, because the next thing you know, there's 3 cop cars that are parked outside the cafe.
Yeah.
The first guy that drove past and screamed something out fucking got pulled straight over. And I'm just like, I generally am not a big fan of the cops, but in this circumstance, you've got my support. Get the cunt. You know?
Yeah, fuck them up. Fuck them up.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's the same as like when recently, Nazis on the steps of Parliament House got pepper sprayed in the face, and I was like, you love to see it. It's just like,
speaking of, very briefly,
leftists and Indigenous rights protesters and climate change protesters. The fact that they are actually like just spraying Nazis in the face with pepper spray is just like, good on you.
Keep an eye on the news in New South Wales for this weekend. There's going to be another pro-Palestinian fucking protest happening on fucking Sunday, and they had to say today publicly, or the organizers of the event had to say publicly, that they have no control over who does and does not arrive at these protests, and have no control over what they do and don't do. So there's going to be an increased police presence. And the police are asking for a particular thing that they can activate with certain types of protests where they don't need to have reasonable suspicion.
Yeah, they can just do whatever they want.
Yeah, so it gives them these unreasonable powers type thing. And normally, of course, I am 100% against them invoking that rule. But in this circumstance, I'm kind of like, I'm against it, but I can understand why. Because last weekend, that was not good.
So
it's the same. Look, it's the same. It's just fuck. It just fucking sucks, because you are getting mainstream politicians and whatnot in Israel talking about exterminating everyone in Palestine, talking about nuking them and whatever.
Yeah,
and it's just
that's fucked.
It's such a super fucked situation, and you do get people on both sides sort of pretending only one side is bad, and you go, no, the situation is super fucked, and super fucked things are happening, and people are saying super fucked things.
I was talking to a friend of mine's son about it. Sorry, go ahead, Olga.
Okay, so Israel has every right to exist there. But the Zionist government of Israel...
They're not Zionists, they're fascists. They're fascists who are imposing an apartheid state.
Fascism.
What happened, the Hamas attack doesn't happen without what the state of Israel and the Israeli military
They've been shitting on the people of Gaza and Palestinians for decades.
Yeah.
And all they've got left is violence. Now, you don't attack civilians. That's off. And both sides are attacking civilians. It's a fucking mess.
Yeah,
it's a fucking nightmare.
I was talking to a friend's son about it yesterday, and I said to him, because he didn't he was like, which side should I be okay with or not okay with? And I said to him, this isn't like Russia invading Ukraine, right? No. This isn't a situation where you stand with the Ukrainian people, and if you don't, you're a piece of shit. I said, in this one, both sides are guilty of fucking horrible shit for decades upon decades. And all either side have really got left is fucking violence. Now, that doesn't excuse what the Palestinians have been doing, what the Iranians have been doing. There is no fucking excuse for it. But you can't... there is no way in any kind of good moral conscience that you could come out and say that this side is doing the right thing and that this side is doing the wrong thing. The only way that you can view this with a good moral conscience is to say the entire situation is fucked from bottom to top, and that we would need some type of fucking miracle worker to be able to come in and properly sort that
We
shit
need
out.
fucking wild stallions to come in and do a fucking concert.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that might
and,
work.
and fucking the concert of the century and
That's
bring
it.
peace to the Middle East.
Fucking the colonial powers of Europe and the United States were not doing anyone a favor when post World War II they created the state of Israel. That was a real fucked up solution to a genuine problem. I remember I've had trouble finding it, but I did read it once at the time of the proposal of the creation of the state of Israel. I think it was a letter from the King of Jordan. I think it was like published in Time magazine in the US, and it was really well thought out, and it was really compassionate to the Jewish people and whatnot. And he's just going, but dudes, here, bad fucking idea. This is not going to work for anyone. This is going to turn into a shit show. You're making a mistake. And the hundreds of thousands of people who've died in the intervening decades would probably say, yeah, that was actually pretty bad. It's just, but it's kind of like we're here now, and
there's also
you can't revert.
Nowhere else they could have gone. Like, I mean, practically there were tons of places they could have gone, but culturally and religiously there was nowhere else.
But it's the weird thing of trying to, and this wasn't Israel originally, but it is particularly with the right wingers who've been in power for a little while now, literally imposing an apartheid state in the middle of what has for centuries, if not millennia, been the Arab world. It's just like, you fucking can't. You can't do that.
It's it lends credence to what I've always been saying, is that fucking it doesn't matter what part of the world that you're in. Any conservative government that has any form of fucking power, it seems as though that these fucks are set and determined to either cause civil war or another fucking world war. Like, they just seem fucking determined on it.
I am genuinely horrified. There's no upper limit to how bad the current situation could get. It could spiral in days. Like, God, there was a fucking TikTok video that I saw the other day. Some guy, he was just talking about World War One, and he's going, I don't think you understand how quickly it got out of control. And he sort of did a joking version of Archduke Ferdinand getting shot, and he's going, within a couple of, everything was just like,
and before the days of the fucking internet as well.
In a couple of weeks, all of Europe was at war, which ultimately resulted in millions of deaths.
That didn't happen in a vacuum, though. There'd been rising tensions. And
stuff was building up.
Yeah, they were building up stockpiles of armies and weapons for a while.
And again, if anyone, I don't think anyone's playing Angry Bingo, but you could fill in a square because I'm about to bring up Behind the Bastards. He actually did a good one about the arms dealers that essentially built everything up, which this weird thing of the power brokers in Europe were treating a war as inevitable, which is sick and fucked up.
Like
it went from build up, everyone's arming up, everyone's build up, to this weird, stupid fucking thing happens. And within weeks, all of Europe was at war. And it was like, what the fuck? It had been simmering and building. Single inciting incident happens. And within a couple of weeks, all of Europe's at war. And it's like, and which ultimately results in millions of deaths. And it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, there's a guy that I know. He did a master's degree in history, and he wrote his thesis on like all of the contributing factors to actually trigger World War One. And like he said, there were so many dominoes that had to fall in just the right way at just the right time for these people to be outraged in this particular way with this particular group in order for this thing to happen. And there was all of these different moving parts, and there was no one real particular thing, because if these other things didn't happen, the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand might not have actually caused this war and all of these sorts of different things.
Yeah.
And he's like, the thing that shits me the most is that all of the evidence is there as to what actually started World War One. There's no one person or one real event that you could point your finger at and go, that's where it all started. But what we do have is the benefit of hindsight, 2020 hindsight. We can look at that and we can kind of go, okay, these things happened. We can stop those things from happening right now to prevent another world war. And we should be actively working towards that. But people are reading this, the history of this, and using it almost as a fucking guidebook, as opposed to a warning.
Yeah. And that's why the current situation, look, if it doesn't escalate beyond those borders, it's still a nightmare. And it's a horrific, awful thing for the people of Israel and the people of Gaza. It's just fucking terrible. It's an abomination for everyone, for the civilians in Israel, the civilians in Gaza. It's a fucking abomination. But the fact that there is no upper limit to how far this could spiral out of control. Like, as soon as I saw media reports going, oh, Iran backed Hamas on this, I was just going, okay, the worst, most dangerous liars in the world, opportunistic liars who do not care how many people get killed by their lies. These are the people who killed more than 1 million civilians in Iraq. They are now just going, Iran's behind this. And I was going, okay, that's terrifying that's just getting regurgitated in the media, that Iran's behind this. It's like the worst, most evil liars in the world are saying...
Whose cat is that?
I think that's my cat.
Dr. Abigail's. Oh my God, sorry. I wanted to tell you a funny cat story, actually.
12 years old. Give her a break.
When I went out a bit earlier and I said I was just getting some ice, and I was gone longer than I expected, because I actually did a whole thing with ice and refilling ice cube trays. But also, Mrs. Angry's son was still up in the lounge room, and he goes, oh, just because you're walking past, I have to show you this video I just shot. He's become a pigeon rescuer, which I find to be genuinely weird, because I see pigeons as rats with wings.
He's more the pigeon whisperer than the...
Yeah, no, well. But he does have the one pigeon, which we call Kipsy, who has bonded with him, and that's his permanent pigeon wife. He periodically has other pigeons he's rescued that he rehabilitates and then releases. But Kipsy has bonded with him, so that's his permanent pigeon wife. And he showed me this video. Shadow, our pathetic cat who's still here, was trying to get up on the lounge. And the pigeon decided the cat shouldn't be allowed on the lounge and went across and started flapping her wings at her. And Shadow's like, oh, fuck no. And gets chased away by a
flashbacks
pigeon.
From Nam.
It's like if something primitive in the cat brain went, no, wait, I can actually kill that thing. But the pigeon's just going flap, 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 and Shadow's going, no, and running away. It was fucking hilarious.
It was similar to not long after we first got Jack, when he was still a little puppy. We let him out in the backyard once, not realizing that there was a kangaroo in the horse paddock. Every now and again, we get... They're just the small grey ones, not the big fuck-off red ones.
Yeah, little ones. Yeah.
Ones. And Jack takes one look down there. He's about maybe a year old at this point. He takes one look down there and he goes, those are the biggest fucking mice that I have ever seen, and has gone running directly towards the fucking kangaroos. The kangaroo, I should say. It was just one of them. But the kangaroo is just, standing there doing his thing, and he's turned and he's just seen this dog running towards him and just turn and look directly at Jack. And I'm like, as soon as Jack gets close enough to him, he's just going to knock him one.
Yeah.
Because he's not going to be able to rear up and kick him because Jack isn't big enough. But he'll definitely fucking wallop him, And I thought, okay, this will be kind of funny just to sit back and watch. Jack gets closer, though, and kind of goes, hang on a second. This thing's 15 times my size, and hits the fucking brakes coming up towards this kangaroo. And the kangaroo just kind of watches him. And Jack just stands there, barks, turns around and runs away. And the fucking kangaroo starts bouncing towards Jack. And Jack's looked behind him and just opened up a whole new fucking gear and has taken off like the devil himself was after him. He has come flying in the house at a fucking amazing rate of knots. But you got to give this kangaroo credit. It didn't try to follow him inside. It just kept on bouncing past the fucking door. And he got up to the fence and went, see ya, and went over the fucking colorbond fence like it wasn't even there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm more surprised that you use the term knots, a rate of knots, like a nautical term. On land.
Right? You say something's going at a rate of knots. Yeah.
That's like, it makes no sense to use a rate of knots on land.
I am sorry, Mrs. Grammar Nazi, I understand.
No, but that's the thing you say. But again, the thing with kangaroos, it's like, again, growing up in the country, the number of people who don't understand kangaroos are genuinely dangerous. And dogs will try and go them. And in a certain set of circumstances, dogs will win. And in another set of circumstances, not so much. There was that widely circulated video a couple of years ago. And this I love because this happened near Dubbo, where a guy is trying to stop his dogs from going at a
and he gets up and he goes fisticuffs with the kangaroo, punches it.
The dog's stupid and goes it. And the red has actually got the dog in a headlock and is about to bring its hind legs out and literally rip the dog's guts out. And the guy has run up and he's punched the kangaroo in the jaw. And it's just, to me, it's the funniest video ever because he hasn't seriously hurt the kangaroo because it's a big fucker. But the kangaroo has let the dog go and it's kind of shook his head. And it's like the kangaroo's gone, did you just punch me?
Yes.
Is that what happened? And
I swear to God, the kangaroo was looking at him like, try that shit again.
But it was just like, did you just punch me? And because the guy was a zookeeper and he knew what I have to do is basically get its fucking attention.
Yeah, no, the animal rights activists who saw the fucking video tried to contact his place of employment to get him fired.
Which was the Dubbo Zoo.
Kangaroo.
He worked at the Dubbo
Yeah,
Zoo.
and the zoo director went, we're not going to fire him. That's exactly how you deal with that shit.
Do you know he shaped up and fucking punched a kangaroo in the face, but it basically didn't hurt the kangaroo. It just got its attention.
Yeah.
But to me, the video is funny because it's always a mistake to anthropomorphize animals. But to me, the whole thing was the kangaroo literally like shook its head and went, "What the fuck? Did you just punch me?"
There's a guy on YouTube who I fucking love, and I tell everyone to look him up. It's called Casual Geographic. And it's an African-American fella. And he talks
followed him on your recommendation, and I have no regrets.
It's so good. He does just the best narratives and descriptions of animals from around the world. And one of the things that he educates people on is exactly how fucking dangerous kangaroos can be. And the thing that he mentions is kangaroos, their main thing, apart from putting something into a headlock and fucking rearing up and tearing its guts out, kangaroos love being near bodies of water. Not just so that way they can get a drink, but because if anything tries to attack them, they fucking drown them.
It's like where I grew up, all the farms have dams. And you might get the farmer, he's chasing kangaroos, he's got the dogs chasing the kangaroos, but the dogs need to be trained to come back when they're called. Because if the kangaroo swims out to the dam because the kangaroo is way taller than a dog, Kangaroo goes to where it's just its head's above water, and if the stupid fucking dog, because dogs can swim and they dog paddle out, and the kangaroo will just grab them and fucking hold them under.
Yep.
Kangaroos are way more intelligent than people give them credit for, and they're malicious. Like, kangaroos are actually, they have a more complex social structure than virtually any white person understands. There was a doco a few decades back called Faces in the Mob, where some documentary makers actually followed a mob of kangaroos, and they went, oh no, there's a whole social structure here. They're not dumb animals. They've got a really complex social structure. And over a period of a couple of years, they recorded and they went, oh, no, there's a hierarchy. This one has authority.
Yeah, it's also a patriarchy as well. And it's a
matriarchy. It's a patriarchy and a matriarchy.
But in the patriarchy, who gets fucking top position is decided by who's the best fighter. And that's why you see kangaroos always are fucking play fighting with each other. It isn't a bonding thing. It is literal fucking practice.
Yeah. The males will fight with each other, but there's an entirely separate power structure with the females as well.
What was that? Sorry, Abigail?
Fuck.
Oh, just something patriarchy, something. Didn't you quit smoking?
I vape as a general rule these days, yes. But my vape ran out of power, and the USB cord that I had to fucking charge it has gone off I know not where. I am almost certain that Eleanor moved it. I am almost certain that Eleanor moved my charging cable for it somewhere. She knows where it is, but she's dead to the world, and I'm not going to wake her up to try and find out where it is because I don't want to clean up that mess. So I just went for a quick trip down to the servo and got myself a packet of smokes to do until I wake up tomorrow, and I'll be like, where did you put my damn cord?
Fair enough. Well,
I get it.
And as I mount my high horse up here,
yes, get on your high horse.
Have you considered quitting?
Never once. Never once.
Also, I'm just throwing out, Dr. Abigail, with regards to chronic pain, have you considered not being in pain? You should try meditating.
Right now, the only thing that's on my mind is how this light is making my face look fucking beet red, and I've got like a ghost arm.
That is actually really interesting. That you are very red-faced and a blue arm. That's just like...
The fuck is going on with this lighting?
That is pretty wild.
Are you going bald as well?
Fucking rude. Okay.
It's
is that rude?
That's as far as it's gotten, and I'm hoping that it stays there. But no, it doesn't bother me. My grandfather on both my father's and mother's side were bald, and my dad was bald as well. My brother had a full head of hair until the day that he died, but my dad and both of my grandfathers were all bald by my age. So I'm thinking that like I'm going to be one of those guys that hits like into their 50s, and then all of a sudden I'm going to lose it. I'm almost certain that's what's going to happen.
I didn't mean to be rude. I'm really sorry.
It's not rude at all.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to be as aggressive when I said fucking rude. I meant that lightheartedly.
I was just genuinely asking because, like I attach no shame to male pattern baldness. It's just
to me. I mean, again, another square on the angry bingo card. It's not a 5-head; it's a 6-head at this point. It just keeps going up.
There are some guys. Who have got bald heads, and it is sexy as fuck.
Oh yeah,
there's a lot of
guys who look very good in it.
Well,
but there has never been one man in the history of the world, as far as I'm concerned, that has a comb over on a balding head that looks good. Okay, that should never happen.
It is
Never
the
fucking
level of
happened.
denial involved in comb overs is pretty fucking wild.
I
Yeah.
don't know. Like some people, like own the comb over on purpose, like unironically.
I guess I do remember someone saying at some point he had a friend who when he had a full head of hair, grew it long on the side and did a comb over when like he wasn't balding. And they're like, that's a really fucking weird hairstyle. Why are you doing that? And he goes going, well, because in case I do go bald, people will be used to me doing that and they won't realize that I'm actually bald. It's like,
No, if I go any bolder than this, it's all going.
take it off. Yeah.
Yeah, you own it. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Owning it is good.
it looks better.
And seriously, I've never tried shaving my head only because I know I've got a super fucking weird shaped head.
If you've got a weird shaped head, maybe start wearing hats.
I have hats. I do.
Those are sex hats.
No. The sex hats are in the mysterious cupboard of mystery.
Don't wear your son's sex hats.
Oh,
That's
I
just
swear to God,
weird.
like relatively recently, like I have a hat that's a simple sort of Western hat, which I'll wear if it's windy to stop my hair from blowing in my face, normally just to stop the sun from getting in my face if we're out for a walk. And it was only a couple of weekends ago when Mrs. Angry and I went up the Mornington Peninsula, and I had the hat there, and we're going to walk, and she put it on, and it's a little bit too big because I have a stupidly large head, and she put it on, and I was like, holy fuck, you look good in that hat. It was just like, she was like a cowgirl in the hat. And she's like, yeah, I do, don't I? And I'm like, yeah, you look really good in that hat. Like, I was going to wear it. And you should wear it. You look really good in it.
All right, I'll give you a quick funny story about somebody wearing a hat and being kind of sexy. Years ago, living out at Hornsby.
Hey, I'm right here, I can tell my own story.
No, I was living out at Hornsby. I was dating a girl at the time. Now, my friends and I out at Hornsby, all of us were very sexually open. Two of the members of the house and I had been in several orgies together and stuff like that. So nudity and sex and whatnot was not a taboo subject inside of our house. It was perfectly fine. My girlfriend and I are in my room doing our thing, having a bit of fun. And one of my housemates opens the door, recognizes what's going on, politely, whoop, sorry about that, and walks out and closes the door. And mine and my girlfriend's reaction was, you've been involved before, we really don't care. He decided to kick it up a notch, though. He went into his room and he grabbed a Cobra that was sitting on his bedpost. And he has just walked straight back into my room, completely shameless, and put the Akubra onto my girlfriend's head while she was on top. And just gone, that just suits the look, and turned around and walked out. She's going to take the hat off, and I'm like, you leave that hat right where it is.
Ryan Cowgirl. There we go.
Yep.
Cowgirl.
Yep.
And
nice. So fast forward, a particular length of time, and my girlfriend and I have gotten dressed and more to the point, gotten cleaned up and then gotten dressed. And we've gone out to the kitchen to get ourselves a drink, go outside and have a smoke. And the housemate is there in the kitchen, and my girlfriend passes him the hat, and he takes one look at that, and she goes, you may want to wash that before you wear it again, and just walks straight outside.
Oh, god damn.
Where had
to be clear, we didn't actually do a damn thing to the hat. That was her revenge.
Put him off.
Yeah. That was her revenge. It was fucking beautiful.
Okay, that line just reminded me. Years back with my ex, I was in the US. She had family in America. We're in Vegas. She had family in Las Vegas, and her cousin, who is very sort of, we're just going to open with sexual things and whatnot. And so her cousin's boyfriend and her cousin's brother, so her male cousin, take me to a strip club, and this was not in the brightly lit part of Vegas. This was in a much seedier area of Vegas, but it was a pretty well run club. But I will say this: the ladies in the club went quite a lot further than they do in gentlemen's clubs in Melbourne, right? And like when they come up and do a thing, and you're just in the seat and they're grinding it, and they will like grab your dick, and like it was pretty full on, and I was like, okay, is whatnot. But no one actually went off and had sex with any of the ladies. Went back, and what was weird, again, my partner's female cousin, who was all like, yeah, you boys go out and have what. But when we got back, I know she got weird and kind of jealous about it. And you go, you better not have kissed any of those hoes. And I was like, that's the rule. You don't kiss them. That's a rule in the club. and she's going, all right, then I suppose that's okay. And I just went, her boyfriend's name was Brian. And I went, he didn't kiss anyone. No one kisses anyone. That's a rule. And she's going, oh, all right then. I went, but you might want to make him have a shower before you put your hand on his knee. That's all I'm saying. You don't want to put your hand on his knee till after he's had a shower. That's all I'm saying. And
yeah. No, like a friend of mine, he went to one of those. Sorry, let me rephrase that. He dragged me and a few of our friends along to one of those more explicit.
The really, really friendly clubs.
Yeah. And I have to admit that was an eye-opening experience for me as well, because I'd only been to really tame strip shows beforehand. This was anything but fucking tame. When we've come and try that again, Shannon. Once we've gotten home from the night out, his girlfriend is awake, and we've gotten back, and she was like, "You had better not have kissed any of those strippers." And my response was to look at it dead in the face and just gone, "If kissing is the only thing that you had to worry about, you'd be fine. But trust me, that is the least of your fucking worries." And he just looked at me and he was just like, "Shut up. Fuck up." Like,
Don't say anything.
And I was like, yeah, I was like, don't, and to be fair, he did not do anything with any of the strippers. We were watching it happen to other guys. And I was very clear about that, explaining it to her. And I'm just like, yeah, no, seriously, the last thing in the world that you need to worry about is him kissing a fucking stripper at that club, because, wow. I saw one lady that was up on the dance floor that had a chuppa chup stuck in a fairly intimate area, and there was a guy that was watching that then got to have that chuppa chup. Like, it's a thing. If kissing is the only, if kissing happened, that'd be the least of your worries. I remember actually the guy that took us out there, when he walked past that guy when he had the chopper chop, he's like, "Make sure you fucking brush your teeth after you finish that." Oh man, that was that was definitely an eye-opening experience, I have to admit. I am very, very grateful that none of them came up and grinded against me at that point, because I would have been extraordinarily uncomfortable at that point. I am all for sexual liberation. I am an extremely sex-positive person, but I am not an exhibitionist by any stretch of the imagination.
I don't want to do anything in public either. In private, that's a
See, I'm the
whole
opposite.
different set of rules.
I'm an exhibitionist.
Oh, there you go.
So
to each to their own. No, it's funny though. Like, if I'm at an orgy or a group sex party or something like that, no worries. I'm all for it. Yep, let's do this thing. But in that circumstance, that particular type of circumstance, because it is just me, it is not everybody, it's not the whole atmosphere, if that makes sense. At that point, I would actually feel wildly uncomfortable. That would be very much out of my comfort zone, and I would have to walk away from that politely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, but also like this cousin in Vegas. At one point, it became extremely clear she was into the idea of her and her boyfriend fucking in the same room as me and my partner fucking, and I was like, no, it's just no. It's look, I don't want to criticize her, but I just don't want to do it. I just don't want to do
Fair
it.
point. No, that's the thing. I've got friends that live together, and they're in a full polycule situation going on. Everybody that lives there is doing all of these different things, and I've got other friends that live with other friends, and it's a very private thing, and all of that sort of stuff, and everything in between, and all of that is perfectly acceptable. All of it.
Yeah.
Provided that you're not turning around to another person and saying, I do it this way, so you need to do it the same way, then, other than that, so long as you're not being that kind of a dickhead, go forth and do your thing. Provided that you're two consenting adults, have fun.
I recently had the thing show up in my Facebook memories, and it's from, 6 to 8 years ago, but it's one of the freakier things I've ever seen from these right-wing Americans, and it was Rush Limbaugh having a rant on his radio show, because he was never a podcast person. He had some radio thing, but he was talking about the awful promiscuity of the left, because he was basically professing everything that wasn't one heterosexual man and one heterosexual woman was sick and twisted and perverted. And he's going, the left, as they say, as long as you have consent, everything's okay. Doesn't matter how many people there are, blah, 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 and what they're doing. If there's consent, it's okay. But as soon as there's not consent, whoa, here come the rape police. And I was like, yep, no, Rush, that's what we think. And just as an FYI, if there's no consent, the rape police are just the police. Okay? and the fact that he was just saying this, he was saying like the left and all their depravity was sick and wrong, and they think it's okay if they consent to it. But if one man and one woman and there's no consent, whoop, here come the rape police. And I was like,
also, I will just add
that with his face mouth.
Yeah, he said it. He just said it.
Yeah.
I will state this publicly and for the record. It is personal experience. I get that. But it is not just mine. But the greater majority of the larger of orgies that I have been invited to, that I have been involved in, and some of the more freaky orgies that I have been invited to and that I have been involved in, were organized and almost entirely populated by extremely conservative people.
They are.
Conservatives are the
people do
freakiest bunch
freaky
of
shit
all.
behind closed doors.
They really are. Yep. They
They're
are
so fucking repressed.
Yeah, they let it all out. Yep. At these orgies and whatnot, oh boy, howdy do they ever let it all out. And, there are many, 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 many instances. Everybody knows the guy that screams the loudest that he hates homosexuals is most likely just a closeted, I'm not going to say the F word, but closeted.
My personal favorite was a literal preacher in the US who was preaching homophobic shit. He got outed. He took a holiday with a young man, and I mean a young man like 30 years younger than him, who he hired from a site called rentboy.com.
Wow.
And when people found out, and he used parish money to pay for this escort.
Yep.
They're like, oh no, I just hired him to carry my luggage because I'm kind of infirm and whatnot.
What was his
and it's like, you
Listen to
hired
that.
someone from rentboy.com to carry. And what was truly hilarious to me is when some media outlet actually tracked down the guy who he'd hired and said, "Oh, yeah, this guy says, you were just a luggage." And this guy was a professional, so he's just going like, "Oh yeah, he's just a nice guy, and he just wanted some help on the trip, and that's all it was." And they went, "He's a homophobic preacher who says gay people should go to hell." "Oh no, he hired me to suck his dick. That's what he hired me."
Yeah, no, it's the other one that I'm thinking of was one of the preachers over in America who was preaching all sorts of homophobic shit. Got a male escort, snorted cocaine with said male escort, and did all sorts of different
Jerry Falwell
things.
Jr. Was it Jerry Falwell Jr.? Like
I don't know the name. I don't know the name of the preacher,
Yeah.
but I do remember that after he got busted for all of that, his reaction was to go off and do straight camp.
He's
and
gay away.
Yeah, and he's like, I need to go and reconnect with God or whatever. It was a simple fuck up on my behalf, and I just need to go and pray the gay away type thing. So he goes off for a few months, and his wife takes over the church and the runnings and all of that sort of stuff. And he comes back after a few months, and he kind of works his way back into the good graces of his parish, and then he starts preaching all of the really homophobic shit all over again, and people are lapping it up. And lo and behold, several of the guys that he was at the gay camp with, he had slept with, had done all sorts of different weird and wonderful things with, they came out with their experiences with him. The several male escorts that he had hired since he gotten back had all come out and gone, he ain't fucking cured, not even close. And all of this sort of shit. And he still was like denying all of these things until one of the male escorts was like, if you want to deny it, that's one thing. But you may want to remember that some of us took photographs with your consent at the time.
Yeah,
we still have those photographs.
And you thought sexy photos was a good idea. Yeah.
And we've still got those photographs and those videos. You sure you want to continue saying what you're saying? Yeah. And, he ended up fading off into fucking obscurity where he belonged. It's a fucking thing. All of the conservatives that are out there screaming that sex needs to be between one man and one woman, or that it should be fucking missionary under the sheets with the lights off, or some other type of ridiculous fucking bullshit, ridiculous thing. It is just literal fucking repression of their own sexual desires and wants. It really is.
The one I was thinking of, Jerry Falwell Jr., his dad, Jerry Falwell, was one of the original televangelists, like started in the 70s and 80s, made a fortune, was discredited for doing something awful, and Jerry Falwell Jr. was going to take over, and he got outed. There was a thing like, why did you pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for your pool boy to set up a business of his own? And it turned out what was most likely happening is he was paying the pool boy to fuck his wife while he watched and jacked off. It's just like, look, dude, genuinely, if that's your thing and everyone's on board with it, that's cool. But the fact you're going on these TV shows and whatnot and preaching this hateful anti-sex shit, and he denied it for the longest time, and it was like so fucking obvious because they'd all gone on a holiday together, and then he'd given this huge amount of money for this pool boy to start a business, and it was just like, God damn, dude, just own it, just be it, just
yeah.
But it's a grift. It's this huge grift where they're making all this money talking this bullshit. It's ridiculous.
I remember somebody said to me once, like, oh, how would you feel if somebody would have pasted your sexual exploits all throughout the tabloids and everything for everybody to read about? I'm like, dude, I'll fucking tell them. The tabloids ain't going to be able to tell them shit that I ain't willing to tell them directly to their fucking face. I've got zero shame about what I have done, because everything that I have done has been with 100% consenting partners. So fuck right off. I have.
I occasionally threaten people who are being weird and think, "Shut up, or I'll tell you about old people sex." It's
Like,
you know.
it was a common joke with
Can
me
we
to my
move
dad.
off the subject of consent and non-consent, please?
Sorry. It was a constant joke that I had with my dad right up until the day that he died, was that he died a virgin, as far as I was concerned. My brother, myself, my 3 sisters were all immaculate conceptions because he never had sex, as far as I'm concerned. And my dad's response was just to kind of look at me and go, "Yep." And that was it. Like, that was the constant joke until the day he died. So yeah, no, telling people about old person sex, definitely a good threat.
Oh yeah, no. I'll just tell you, like, because it's always someone in their 20s or 30s being a smartass, and it's just like, yeah. In your head, you think no one over 40 has sex. Just shut the fuck up, or I will tell you in graphic detail about old people sex, and you're going to have trouble.
If you really want to fuck their lives up, find a nurse that works in a fucking nursing home and get them to tell some of the stories.
Nursing homes, they are all fucking each other. Like, they have such a problem with sexually transmitted infections.
Oh yeah,
because they are all just fuck. Because nothing else is going on. They might as well fuck.
Yeah.
And it's just like, yep.
And they're finally in a place where they could do it with no fucking judgment, and away they go.
It was always a funny thing with AZ, more than once, because various people in the health system thought he wasn't capable of looking after himself. He was a bit impaired. They were essentially suggesting that they put him in a retirement home where everyone would have been like 30 years older, 20, 30 years older than him. And he resisted it, obviously. But I was like, yeah, but dude, you'd be fucking nonstop, honestly. And he was like, true, that's a potential upside. And I was like, you know it. If they put you in a care home, you'd just be fucking nonstop. And it's just like, yeah.
The coolest thing about the retirement home that my dad was in, though, before he passed away, the coolest thing about that place is they had the service dogs that used to come in and keep people company and stuff like that for the day. That was
service
always
dogs
the
are
best.
awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, no, going in and hanging out with Dad for the day, and all of a sudden there was one that was a King Charles Cavalier. There was another one that was a Labrador. There was another one that was a Doberman, of all things. And they were just the sweetest, loveliest dogs. And it was just the best, just sitting there patting the dog. Dad loved it. Everybody there, they got super excited every day when the people came along with the animals. That was really cool. And the other thing that they were starting to do, I hope that they're still doing it to this day. There was a thing that went very small amount, but went semi-viral on the internet quite a few years ago, of get an iPod and put like really old tunes on the iPod and take it into a retirement home and put it on their ears and play the music. And watch their eyes light up if it's a band that they liked or something like that from back in the day. They had various iPods that the people in there could rent for the day or for the week or whatever, and they could say, these are the bands that I want to listen to and all of that sort of stuff. So all of these people are walking around with their headphones on and kind of, just bopping away to the music. And it was really like they did a lot to try and improve their day-to-day. And try and like elevate their mood more than anything else, and it was really, really lovely. Like it's an unfortunate thing that you don't hear more stories like that about retirement homes.
Yeah,
a lot of the stories that you hear about retirement homes are really fucking negative. But the one that my dad was in, they were fucking fantastic, and I really hope that is the standard that's set for most of them. Because that was fucking fantastic. The way that they treated those people was, it's not just about making sure that they take their meds on time or they need to get their diapers changed or whatever the case may be. It is about trying to make them as happy and as comfortable as they possibly can be in these twilight years type thing.
Yeah, and that's good. Yeah, and again, you do get genuinely good and caring people running some of those facilities. That just do amazing work. And I lived with a nurse for a few years. Just people in hospitals, people in care situations. You get the good ones, and they're just incredible people who do incredible work.
Yeah, and I don't think get anywhere near enough attention, in my opinion.
No, oh my god! And again, that was one of the interesting things about living with a nurse for a couple of years, and like all the friends who are nurses, and the stories, and you just go like, wow, you're like the fucking shock troops of society. The shit you deal with day in, day out, sick people, accidents, and whatnot. You see the shit that an overwhelming majority of society just couldn't deal with, and you just manage it day in, day out.
Yep.
And people do not appreciate the scale of the work people in emergency services do. Like I treat it's kind of like nurses, ambos, paramedics, fire, rescue people, all the emergency work they do just every day is fucking astonishing. And the rest of us just swan on through our lives, more or less oblivious to what the emergency services people are doing. And they're just incredible people.
They really are. And it is I have a girlfriend apart from my wife. I have a girlfriend by the name of Emma. Emma is a geriatric specialist nurse. So that is her whole thing is taking care of like the extremely old people, getting very, very close to end of days type stuff. And what she does on a daily basis is mind-bogglingly amazing. That she not only that she's capable of doing what she does, but that she does it with not to say that she doesn't complain about it would be incorrect, but she does it because it needs to be done, and because she's capable of doing that without complaint at the time. She's like, I need to be here because there's a lot of people who would never choose to be here. What are you playing, Abigail? I am curious.
Cult of the Lamb.
Oh, you are doing Cult of the Lamb. Okay.
So okay, Cult of the Lamb. The premise is that you have to build a cult to a demonic god, and you build up your cult. You can shape it however you want. You can sacrifice cult members. You can marry as many of them as you want. You can go on quests to kill other gods. You can be as benevolent or as malevolent as you want. Instill doctrines. Have festivals. Whatever. The spin is that it's in a comic-y style. You are an actual lamb, and all your followers are cutesy forest creatures.
I think Grasshopper's just looking up Cult of the Lamb now.
I really am. I need to know.
So all the characters look cute as heck, and it's just a great juxtaposition on that. And think that South Park episode where you see these forest creatures that
the
turn
cute
out
forest
to be,
creatures. That seems to be where it's come from. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's made by local developers, I think, here in Melbourne. Yeah, just a really small studio right here. And I was literally talking to someone about it in a cafe yesterday, and the dude sitting next to us just said, "Oh, my friend's cousin makes that game." Like, just random. And I bought a copy at PAX, and a friend of mine was working at the stall that was selling that game and selling pins of the various followers. And I bought a little cute seahorse follower, but they also had cows and sheep and stuff.
Nice.
There is something
So,
entirely
yeah.
fucking wrong with my goddamn internet right now. It's driving me nuts.
It's NBN, isn't it?
Uh,
Fucking, I am
I
so
think-
so fucking disappointed with NBN. It's
I
just
did
the
this
worst.
big workshop at work this afternoon, and at the end, the facilitator's going, "What was good? What was bad?" And in the thing for what was bad, someone's like, "My internet was fucked."
Yep.
It's like,
I'm just trying.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to load up the fucking Steam website, and it keeps on timing out.
Yep.
okay,
Let me just try another website. Let's
sounds like
open
an
up my
internet
email.
problem.
Well, didn't Malcolm
Email
Turnbull literally invent the internet?
Ugh.
I was looking at. Sorry, I just was looking at thing.
that-
What have I got open here? It was the casual geographic thing that you mentioned recently, and the most violent
take-
animals on Earth. Should we let
his
nature
take on
finally delete
cassowaries was great.
pandas?
He's done a
Okay,
couple
so-
of videos on cassowaries.
Right. I see Cult of the Lamb on Steam. What is it? $36.
Well, I
All
bought
right.
it for like 20 at PAX, so I
I
got
am
it on a
going to put-
discount.
I'm going to put that in my wish list.
It's a really fun game.
Yeah, no. Anybody that is not subscribed to Casual Geographic, you are missing out. It is the best fucking channel.
God, it's fucking trippy.
Yeah, no, it's I got introduced to him on of all things TikTok. He's
Yeah.
got a TikTok account, and he did a short on TikTok about chimpanzees and about how you shouldn't think that chimpanzees are fun and cute and docile because
They're
motherfuckers ain't.
super violent.
Oh, they're hella strong and super violent.
Yeah.
Yep.
Why this elephant probably wants you dead. So there's some
and
great
he-
video titles.
He also uses all of the really creative language that he needs to use as well, because TikTok's got like instant ban on videos for certain words that are said, like, you know, if you say murdered, for instance,
Or-
you will
yeah,
immediately
so-
get taken down. So it's unalived or something along those lines. But he's also just got really creative ways of saying this animal will kill you. And it's like, you know, this animal will put your name on a shirt, or it will 404 you, or, you know, just something like really creative. It's always fun and informative. Like, that's the craziest thing about this guy's channel more than anything else is that he's fucking accurate. He researches this shit before he makes the video and comes out with real fucking facts. It's really cool.
Yeah. There's like a video from 2 years ago. Why koalas are the dumbest animals to ever breathe. And then the next video he posted was titled, "I'm sorry, koalas. 10 nice things about koalas." The sense of humor is good.
One of my favorite ones is the top 10 animals that got shafted by evolution.
This is like with weird animals, ruining your day with facts for 7 minutes straight.
Yep.
It definitely seems like a very fun channel.
When we have finished the live stream, Angry, just watch one video. If you're not hooked by the end of it, you won't ever be.
So he's only been there 2 years and has got over 3 million subscribers. He's killing it.
I watch him on Instagram sometimes as well.
Yeah. His YouTube bio says you're probably here from TikTok. And then it has a link to his Instagram. It's just like,
yeah, no, his content is fucking top notch. It is so good. It's entertaining. It's informative. It's real. It's good. Like, I would prefer to watch him than any of the old Steve Irwin specials, and I loved watching Steve Irwin as a kid. I don't care what anybody says.
No,
Steve
I'm
Irwin had specials on TV.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
You never watched any of the Steve Irwin stuff?
No,
And you call yourself an Australian?
I still remember there was a bit of
I didn't
video
watch
from when I think his
television.
firstborn was young, and he was playing in the crocodile pit, and he's holding the baby like woo 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 woo, like he's walking towards a crocodile, and so many people got so pissed off, and he's just like, I know what's safe and what's not. You're playing with a baby while there's a big fuck off crocodile there. He's going, yeah.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
it was safer than Michael Jackson holding a baby.
Dangling the baby over the balcony, yeah.
But again, Michael Jackson was
gravity
disconnected
is
from
always
reality.
there.
And it is pretty fuck. Gravity, what is it? Oh, gravity, thou art a heartless bitch.
Whereas the crocodile actually has to put effort into getting that baby.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, it's
Hashtag Michael Jackson sucks. Sorry, I have a physical hashtag. I haven't brought this out in ages. I just realized.
Michael Jackson.
Steve Irwin on TV.
Like all throughout the 90s and the early noughties. You couldn't miss him.
What was
so
I doing?
So you do these things, Dr. Abigail, and I don't even know if you're joking or not. But
no, I'm not joking.
That was how he got famous with a TV show.
Okay.
You know, he took his TV shows were stupendously popular over in the States. That's where his main fan base was most certainly over in the States. And I think that a lot of people, sunfish are weird motherfuckers. You should look them up. They really are. And they're also fucking huge.
Evolved on their side.
Yeah,
they for the most part on their side, but when you've got them like right side up, they are fucking massive.
There's also, I forget who it was, but there was a funny video on YouTube with someone just going like, I hate sunfish. They're stupid as fuck. They should all be dead. And he just went on this whole thing about how sunfish are really stupid. And like various other things like sharks will bite enormous chunks out of them and they'll just keep going. And he's just it was kind of funny because it's just not what you're expecting this guy to just go, sunfish are fucked. They should all be dead. It's just...
The freakiest fish of all, in my opinion, has got to be the fucking parrotfish. The gigantic fucking teeth that they've got on them. Yeah. And they're not carnivorous. They're bottom feeders. They chew rocks and for all intents and purposes poop out sand.
There are a lot of freaky fish out there.
Yeah, no, it's just, I can just imagine. I have gone fishing 4 times in my life and the only thing I've ever caught is a cold. But I guarantee you I'd be one of those fucking terrible people. The first fish that he hooks is going to be one of those weird fucking what the hell things. And I guarantee it'll be a parrotfish just to fill my fucking nightmare card of like going fishing again. They are freaky as fuck. Them and crabs. Crabs creep me the fuck out.
Seen a moray eel's second set of teeth.
Oh yeah, which is where the aliens in Alien were inspired by the second set of jaws.
Yeah. Now, people talk about like that fish with the lure on its head and the big teeth all throughout.
Yeah,
stuff like that.
Yeah,
anglers.
It was Stephen Jay Gould or someone who coined the phrase "there's no such thing as a fish," because the various aquatic creatures that we tend to generally group as fish, some of them are so unrelated genetically, like they're more related to land animals than to other aquatic animals. And he spent decades studying fish, and he says, my primary conclusion from decades of study is there's no such thing as a fish. It is a worthless identifier. Because
it's also why you don't say the word dirt to a geologist. They dislike the term dirt.
Well, and also even just naming structures, people who are willing to be objective just go, the more you try to have a prescriptive naming structure, the more wrong you're going to be. The more you
Take
go,
it-
I'm defining it, and here are the boundaries, and this is it, then someone will just go, what about this? This appears to be completely within those boundaries, but has nothing to do with everything else you've put in those boundaries. Or
Take-
here's something that's in that boundary that has nothing to do with everything else that's in that boundary you've put in there.
Take it from the guy with a degree in evolutionary.
That's how you get platypus.
Yeah.
God, yes. No, take it from the guy that's actually got a degree in evolutionary biology. Taxonomy is a fucked subject.
Yeah, no, that's
so many levels.
when people want to come up with really prescriptive taxonomies, it starts off as a good idea. You just go, look, let's just go with some descriptive taxonomies here so we can, and it's like, but you have to have two parts of your brain going. One is, yes, the taxonomy is useful to me to classify these things. Another part of your brain has to be going, the taxonomy is useless because there's too many contradictions. But humans want to classify things. It seems to be a human thing.
We are very, very, very much about pigeonholing. Very much.
It
It
is
is.
useful to classify things.
It is. It's useful to classify things generally, but it's very interesting when you see the number of things when people try to carve in stone hard and fast rules about the boundaries of a taxonomy, they're always going to be wrong.
Mhm.
You need some soft, squishy edges.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
because it's simply existence is weird. Existence is very, very strange.
The part of taxonomy
And
that I love.
if you ask Germans, existence is also painful.
Well, for Germans, that's true. Yeah.
No, the part of taxonomy that I love most though is being able to just break people's minds by turning around to them and going, "Yes, we are actually still great apes."
Yeah.
You know the
Aren't we
old
fantastic
yeah.
apes?
the ridiculous fucking if we evolved from monkeys, why is there still a monkeys argument? And it's like number one, we're not monkeys, we're great apes. And number two, we're still great apes. So
yeah, we're just a strand of it. And honestly, some of the humans, not even great apes. Pretty average.
Yeah, pretty average.
Pretty average apes. Just throwing it out there. They're not all great.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Okay, we have progressed to 2 a.m. and I'm weirdly not tired. I don't know what anyone else.
I should be tired, but strangely I'm not. But I can feel fatigue coming.
That's literally me. I'm going, it's 2 a.m. I was literally about to pour another drink and I'm going, but it's 2 a.m. I should just be going to fucking sleep at 2 a.m.
There was definitely a part of me that's kind of looking at the clock and going, you should probably consider that whole sleep thing.
Yeah. See, I think we're keeping each other up because this has been a genuinely entertaining and stimulating conversation. And I think we're keeping each other up with it. But we all collectively going, our lives would probably be better if we went to bed.
Yeah.
But now I need to look up Cult of the Lamb videos.
You need to go get Cult of the Lamb.
Because that looks fucking cool as hell.
It is fun.
The sounds that I can hear from your speakers as well, Abigail, has got me very curious. Oh man. Anyways, it was awesome coming in and catching up with you guys. But
it was very good to see you.
I am going to go watch a couple of short videos on Cult of the Lamb, and then I am actually going to go do that.
Yeah, do that.
You need to watch Casual Geographic before you go to bed angry.
Sounds like your
homework. And I'm going to make sweet, sweet love to your wife.
Also sounds like a good idea.
Like I said, she's really sick at the moment and she's complaining a lot. So if you want to clean up that mess, she's all yours. Take it.
If she magically, miraculously gets better, between now and the morning. I'm not saying it's because of me, but I do have magic fingers.
All right.
Just saying.
Just saying.
All right.
All right,
Well-
Heiny, thank you for staying with us as well, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Heiny, you take it easy, bud.
Gonna thank you guys. Won't be a stream tomorrow night. Well, it's actually tonight at this point. I'll be doing date night, but probably Sunday night with an asterisk because who the fuck knows. But
Well, you guys have fun. I'll catch you all later.
another time. Bye for now.